Around 200 years ago, long before highways cut across the plains, and long before glowing city skylines pushed against the night sky, you stand at the ragged edge of the young American frontier, where the roads dissolve into mud, tall grass, and uncertainty. The air smells faintly of horse sweat, damp canvas, wood smoke, and river water. Wagon wheels creak endlessly nearby. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barks once, then falls quiet again. You pull your coat tighter as dawn slowly spreads over the settlement, like pale butter melting across rough bread. Tonight, as your mind drifts backward into the early 19th century, you find yourself among hundreds of ordinary people preparing to head west. Farmers, shopkeepers, tailors, widows, children with untied boots, men who loudly claim they know exactly what awaits them beyond the horizon despite never traveling farther than the next county. Frontier confidence has always contained a surprising amount of improvisation. Before we settle into the journey, perhaps take a moment to subscribe to the channel if these sleepy travels through history help you relax after a long day. And if you feel like it, leave a comment telling everyone where you are listening from tonight. Maybe you are in Texas at midnight, London during a rainy afternoon, or somewhere in Tokyo while the sun rises quietly outside your window. For now, though, the frontier waits. The settlement around you barely deserves the word town. A muddy main street cuts between wooden buildings that lean slightly sideways, as though already exhausted by the effort of existing. Chickens wander freely between wagon ruts. A blacksmith pounds glowing iron nearby, sending shirks into the cool morning air. Records confirm many frontier settlements grew astonishingly fast during these years, sometimes doubling in population within a single season as more migrants pushed westward in search of farmland trade or gold. Your wagon sits near the edge of the road. It looks smaller than you imagined it would. That realization unsettles nearly everyone preparing for the journey west. People spend months gathering possessions only to discover that frontier travel punishes excess. A heavy wagon sinks into mud. A crowded wagon slows the oxen. Every extra frying pan, chair, or family keepsake becomes another burden over hundreds of miles. Nearby, a woman argues with her husband over a grandfather clock lying awkwardly beside the wagon wheel. "It belonged to my mother," she insists. "Yes," the husband sighs, staring at the overloaded wagon, "and now it may belong to the prairie." Gentle frontier sarcasm begins early. You hear babies crying, horses snorting, boots scraping through dirt. The entire settlement hums with nervous energy. Some people try to sound optimistic. Others stare westward in total silence. You notice one elderly man sitting on a barrel smoking a pipe, watching the chaos unfold with the expression of someone who has already made terrible decisions before and recognizes the symptoms. The West exists partly as reality and partly as imagination. Newspapers back east describe rich farmland, endless opportunity, and fresh beginnings. Land speculators paint glowing pictures of fertile valleys where crops grow effortlessly. Oddly enough, one, scandalous, aside from the period, involves certain land promoters who had never even visited the territories they enthusiastically advertised to settlers. Selling dreams requires surprisingly little geography. You kneel beside the wagon and touch the rough wooden wheel. Splinters catch faintly against your fingertips. The canvas covering smells of rain and dust. Inside are flour sacks bacon wrapped in cloth iron tools, blankets, candles, coffee tins, sewing needles, and precious water barrels. Every object has been debated carefully. Every pound matters. Coffee matters most. Never underestimate frontier coffee. Without it, half the settlements across the continent may have simply collapsed from exhaustion. A child runs past carrying a stick like a sword. His mother shouts after him not to wander too far, because there are thieves everywhere. Historians still argue whether frontier roads were truly as dangerous as popular stories claimed. Certainly theft happened, but many travelers later admitted that disease, weather, and simple accidents posed far greater threats than dramatic highway bandits. Still, fear travels easily. A preacher stands near the road offering blessings to departing families. His voice rises softly over the crowd. Some travelers bow their heads. Others keep loading supplies without looking up. Faith on the frontier becomes deeply practical. You pray for healthy oxen, dry weather, clean water, and wagon axles that survive another week. Luxury feels less urgent. The morning sun climbs higher now, warming the muddy street. Flies buzz lazily around a nearby mule. The scent of fresh bread drifts from a bakery window, briefly overpowering the smell of livestock. For a moment, the entire settlement feels almost peaceful. Then a wagon axle snaps with a loud crack. Several people groan immediately. A frontier journey often begins this way. Tiny disasters arrive early and continue patiently for months. The blacksmith wipes sweat from his forehead and walks over slowly, carrying his tools. No one appears shocked. Wagon parts break constantly. Boots wear through, harnesses tear, rivers flood, trails vanish into storms. The frontier teaches resilience because it rarely offers alternatives. Your mind drifts toward the western horizon. Somewhere beyond these muddy roads lie enormous grasslands, mountain passes, buffalo herds, trading forts, mining camps, and isolated cabins standing alone beneath endless skies. You cannot fully imagine the scale yet. Most travelers cannot. One curious footnote from frontier diaries involves the strange silence newcomers often described once they reach the open plains. Eastern forests contain birdsong, church bells, barking dogs, and crowded human noise. The Great Plains, by contrast, sometimes felt terrifyingly empty to first-time travelers. Some settlers claimed the silence itself kept them awake at night. A man nearby unfolds a map across a barrel. Unfortunately, the map appears optimistic at best. Large blank spaces stretch across entire regions. Rivers wander uncertainly. Mountain ranges seem suspiciously decorative. Frontier maps in the early 19th century often blended genuine geography with rumor guesswork and hopeful imagination. Scholars bicker over how much ordinary settlers truly understood about the lands awaiting them. Some historians believe many pioneers knowingly accepted the risks. Others argue countless families were dangerously misled by exaggerated promises of easy prosperity. Perhaps both are true. Human beings are remarkably skilled at hearing what they wish to hear. A wagon train leader finally calls for departure. Oxen strain against their harnesses. Wheels groan forward through deep mud. Children wave frantically toward relatives staying behind. One woman quietly wipes tears from her cheeks while pretending to adjust her bonnet. You move slowly with the line of wagons leaving town. Behind you remain familiar roads, crowded eastern cities, churches, newspapers, and predictable routines. Ahead lies uncertainty, measured not in days but in seasons. The sounds of civilization already begin fading. Hammering grows softer, voices blur into distance. Even the smell changes gradually from smoke and manure toward wet grass and open earth. The road stretches westward beneath a pale sky, and with every slow turn of the wagon wheels, the frontier begins pulling you deeper into its enormous, restless silence. The road grows rougher after only a few days, and already you understand why experienced travelers become ruthless about what they carry. Every bump in the trail shakes the wagon so violently that plates rattle, flour sacks shift sideways, and your spine begins negotiating separate peace treaties with gravity. Morning arrives cool and gray. Dew clings to tall grass beside the road. Oxen breathe clouds into the chilly air while campfires slowly wake across the wagon train. Bacon crackles somewhere nearby. Coffee boils in blackened pots. The scent drifts lazily through camp, rich and smoky enough to restore morale more effectively than speeches ever could. You sit on an overturned crate and study the growing clutter around the wagons. At the start of the journey, nearly everyone believed their belongings were essential. Now, the trail itself has started editing those opinions. A cracked chair lies abandoned beside the road behind you. Yesterday, it was apparently a treasured family possession. Today, it belongs to history and possibly raccoons. Packing a frontier wagon becomes an art form balanced somewhere between survival and regret. Records confirm many emigrant families spent months preparing lists of supplies before heading west. Flour, salt, pork, dried beans, coffee rifles, lanterns, spare wagon tongues, sewing kits, medicine axes, and cast-iron cookware usually ranked high. Fancy clothing ranked considerably lower after the first week of dust storms. Your fingers run across rough canvas bags filled with cornmeal. Nearby hangs a bundle of dried herbs tied carefully by someone's grandmother. Every object carries a tiny story. A faded quilt stitched decades earlier, a Bible wrapped against rainwater, a silver spoon hidden beneath blankets, because even on the frontier, people quietly cling to symbols of ordinary life. The wagon itself groans constantly. That sound becomes your companion. Creak, crack, squeal. Sometimes at night, half asleep beside the fire, you still hear phantom wagon wheels turning in your dreams. A child climbs into the back of a nearby wagon and immediately starts complaining about boredom. His mother responds with the exhausted patience of someone who has listened to this same complaint across 3 states already. "You may count oxen," she says. "Again?" "Yes." Frontier entertainment. Oddly enough, one curious footnote from emigrant diaries reveals families often carried small luxuries west, despite the danger of extra weight. Tiny mirrors, musical instruments, tea sets. One woman reportedly hauled an entire porcelain fireplace mantel across hundreds of miles before finally abandoning it during a steep mountain crossing. Human optimism is heavy. The trail narrows ahead where rain has transformed the earth into thick mud. Wagon wheels sink deep. Men push from behind while oxen strain forward with slow determination. Boots disappear ankle-deep in sludge. Someone loses a hat entirely to the mud and stares at the spot in silent disbelief before deciding dignity matters less than retrieval. You quickly learn frontier travel operates according to simple truths. Mud wins eventually. The weather controls everything, and nothing stays clean. Not clothes, not blankets, not children. Certainly not cookware. A young couple traveling nearby begins arguing quietly about what should be thrown away next. The husband wants to abandon extra cookware. The wife refuses because proper meals still matter to her. Historians still argue whether women often adapted more effectively than men to frontier hardships because they were already accustomed to constant labor and improvisation inside the household economy. Whatever the answer, women on the trail carry astonishing responsibility. You watch one woman driving oxen, calming frightened children, cooking breakfast, repairing torn clothing, and comforting a sick relative all before noon. Frontier survival rarely allows specialization. Everyone becomes several professions at once. The sun slowly burns through the morning clouds. Heat settles across the wagons. Leather harnesses creak rhythmically. Flies buzz around the livestock. Somewhere far ahead, a wagon train leader shouts instructions no one fully hears. Your mind drifts toward the strange economy forming along the trail itself. Traders occasionally appear selling supplies at outrageous prices. A single pound of coffee suddenly costs enough to inspire emotional speeches. Spare wagon parts become precious treasures. One scandalous aside from frontier records tells of travelers secretly discarding heavy belongings during the night so neighbors would not accuse them of weakness or poor planning. Pride survives surprisingly long on the frontier. At midday, the wagon train pauses beside a shallow stream. People immediately scatter into familiar routines. Water buckets splash, horses drink noisily, blankets air out across bushes. Someone attempts laundry with limited success. The stream smells faintly of wet stone and river weeds. You kneel at the water's edge and wash dust from your hands. The cold current stings pleasantly against your skin. Dragonflies hover above the surface like tiny blue sparks. For a brief moment, the journey almost feels peaceful. Then one ox wanders away. Suddenly, half the camp erupts into shouting. Frontier life contains endless small emergencies, lost animals, broken harnesses, missing children, burned biscuits, wet gunpowder, torn wagon covers. The romantic image of westward expansion often overlooks how much time pioneers spent simply searching for things. A council record from several wagon companies proves travelers sometimes established strict rules before departure. Curfews, rotating guard duty, limits on hunting, assigned travel hours. Frontier democracy becomes surprisingly serious once hundreds of people depend upon shared organization to survive. Still, disagreements happen constantly. One elderly traveler insists the wagon train moves too quickly. Another complains they move too slowly. Someone accuses another family of stealing firewood. Someone else loudly predicts disaster because the clouds look unfriendly. The clouds do, in fairness, look slightly unfriendly. As evening approaches, camp settles beside open prairie. The horizon stretches endlessly in every direction. No fences, no church steeples, no crowded towns, only grass moving softly beneath the wind. The sheer scale unsettles you. Back east, forests and hills usually frame the world into manageable spaces. Here, the land seems almost oceanic. Endless distance presses gently against your thoughts. Scholars bicker over the psychological impact the plains had on settlers unused to such openness. Some travelers described feelings of freedom. Others confessed to loneliness so deep it frightened them. Tonight, as fires flicker beneath the enormous sky, you begin understanding both emotions at once. Supper tastes of beans, smoke, and fatigue. Tin cups clink softly in the fading light. Nearby, someone plays a fiddle with slow, uneven skill. Children curl beneath blankets, while exhausted parents stare silently into the fire. The stars appear gradually overhead, more stars than you thought existed. Without city lights, the sky opens fully across the frontier, bright enough to cast faint silver shadows across the wagons. You lean back against a wheel and listen to distant coyotes singing somewhere beyond the darkness. Tomorrow the journey continues west. More mud, more arguments, more broken tools and hopeful maps. And slowly, piece by piece, the frontier begins teaching you what truly matters once comfort disappears behind the horizon. Morning arrives wrapped in pale mist, and the river ahead looks wider than anyone remembered from the guidebooks. That happens often on the frontier. Distances stretch, roads vanish, rivers quietly expand into entirely different personalities after heavy rain. You stand near the muddy bank, listening to the current churn against rocks. The water smells cold and earthy, carrying bits of broken branches downstream. Oxen shift nervously beside the wagons, their breath rising in soft clouds, while travelers gather in uneasy silence. No one likes river crossings, not even the people pretending otherwise. A man farther down the line loudly announces he has crossed dozens of rivers in his life. 5 minutes later, you watch him stare at the water with the expression of someone reconsidering every decision that brought him here. Records confirm river crossings caused enormous anxiety among westward migrants throughout the 19th century. Wagons tipped easily. Livestock panicked. Strong currents swept away supplies in moments. Many pioneers feared rivers more than storms, accidents, or even hostile encounters on the trail. The river before you does not appear dramatic at first glance. That is part of the problem. It looks calm near the edges, almost friendly. Then your eyes drift toward the center, where the current pulls hard against half-submerged stones. Brown water swirls in heavy silent circles. A broken tree trunk slides past downstream with unsettling speed. One curious footnote from frontier diaries involves the superstitions people developed around river crossings. Some families refused to cross on certain days of the week. Others believed specific hymns brought protection. One wagon captain reportedly blamed disasters entirely on people whistling near the water. Frontier logic occasionally wandered into fascinating territory. The wagon train leader walks slowly along the bank, studying possible routes. Men poke long poles into the shallows to measure depth. Women tighten coverings around supplies. Children are ordered repeatedly not to wander near the water. Naturally, several children wander near the water almost immediately. You help secure flour barrels with extra rope, while someone nearby mutters prayers under his breath. The canvas wagon covers flap softly in the morning wind. Everything smells damp. Wet leather, mud, river weeds, smoke from hurried breakfast fires. A mule suddenly brays loudly enough to startle half the camp. Nerves already feel stretched thin. Historians still argue whether emigrant companies underestimated the dangers of western rivers, because popular guidebooks often described crossings in overly cheerful language. Reading certain trail manuals from the period, you might assume rivers politely wait for wagons to pass before continuing downstream. Real rivers possess less cooperative personalities. Finally, the order comes to begin. The first wagon rolls slowly toward the water, while everyone watches in tense silence. Oxen lean forward against their harnesses. Wheels sink into mud near the bank before entering the current with a heavy splash. For a moment, everything seems manageable. Then the wagon tilts sideways. A woman gasps. Several men shout at once. Water surges against the wheels, while the driver snaps the reins frantically. The oxen continue pushing forward through chest-deep water, their bodies trembling with effort. You feel your stomach tighten despite standing safely on shore. The wagon steadies again after several agonizing seconds. Slowly it crawls toward the opposite bank, while cheers erupt from nearby travelers. Relief spreads visibly through the crowd. Until the second wagon enters, frontier travel teaches a repetitive lesson. Success once does not guarantee success twice. Your turn arrives sooner than expected. You climb beside the driver as the wagon lurches toward the riverbank. Mud splashes against the wheels. The oxen hesitate briefly at the water's edge. Then forward, cold river water surges around the wagon immediately. The current feels stronger now that you sit inside it, rather than observing safely from shore. Barrels shift slightly behind you. The wagon creaks alarmingly. Water splashes across your boots. Halfway across, the left wheel strikes a hidden rock. The entire wagon jerks violently sideways. You grab the wooden seat instinctively while one of the oxen snorts in panic. For a terrible second, the wagon leans far enough that you imagine flour barrels, blankets, tools, and human beings tumbling directly into the current. The driver swears softly, not dramatically, just tired frontier swearing. The wagon settles again, slowly, slowly. The opposite bank inches closer. Mud churns beneath the struggling animals. The sound of rushing water fills your ears until nothing else exists. Then suddenly the wheel strikes solid ground again. The wagon climbs out of the river dripping and shaking, while your heart continues racing several moments longer. Behind you, another family begins crossing. Ahead, travelers already spread wet blankets beneath the sun. River crossings create immediate labor afterward. Drying clothes, repacking supplies, checking wagon axles for damage, searching for missing cookware that somehow migrated across 3 separate barrels during the crossing. One scandalous aside from trail journals tells of pioneers losing entire feather mattresses into rivers and desperately chasing them downstream like oversized floating geese. The frontier occasionally produces accidental comedy. A child nearby proudly holds up a fish caught in a shallow pool left by the riverbank. His mother barely glances at it because she remains busy examining water-damaged coffee supplies with the solemn concentration usually reserved for medical emergencies. Coffee again proves central to civilization. You remove wet boots beside the fire and stretch aching feet toward the warmth. Steam rises from damp clothing hanging across wagon rails. The afternoon sun gradually burns away the morning mist. For a while, the camp grows unusually quiet. River crossings exhaust people emotionally as much as physically. Every successful crossing reminds travelers how fragile the journey truly is. A single broken wheel, a frightened ox, one poorly balanced wagon. Small mistakes become permanent quickly out here. Your mind drifts toward the broader frontier beyond this river. More crossings await. Bigger rivers, faster currents, mountain passes still hidden far beyond the horizon. Yet something subtle changes after surviving the first dangerous crossing. Confidence begins forming quietly beneath the fear. Not arrogance, just endurance. Records confirm many emigrants gradually transformed during the journey west. People who began the trail as shopkeepers or farmers slowly learned skills they never imagined needing. Wagon repair, hunting, river fording, storm preparation. Frontier survival reshaped ordinary lives into something tougher and stranger. As evening settles across the riverbank, Frogs begin croaking in the reeds nearby. Campfires flicker warmly against the growing darkness. Someone passes around a tin cup of whiskey, while distant laughter drifts between wagons. The river continues moving beside you, dark and restless beneath the moonlight. Tomorrow, another trail waits beyond the far bank, and already the eastern world behind you feels slightly farther away than it did yesterday. Night settles softly across the prairie, and for the first time since leaving the crowded settlements back east, you begin to understand how enormous the sky truly is. The campfires seem tiny beneath it, little orange sparks floating inside an ocean of darkness and stars. The wagon train circles loosely beside a stretch of tall grass that whispers constantly in the evening wind. Oxen graze nearby with slow, heavy movements, while horses flick their tails against mosquitoes. Smoke curls upward from cooking fires, carrying the scent of bacon grease, burnt coffee-damp wool, and wood sap. After days of rattling wagon wheels and muddy roads, campfire evenings become strangely precious. You lower yourself onto a rough log near the flames and stretch tired legs toward the warmth. Your boots ache, your shoulders ache, even your patience aches slightly. Frontier travel turns discomfort into a full-time occupation. Still tonight feels calmer. A fiddle begins playing somewhere beyond the nearest wagons. Not perfectly. Frontier music rarely aims for perfection. The tune drifts unevenly through the darkness, while children chase one another around the firelight, despite repeated instructions to settle down. "Sleep one," exhausted father mutters. The children interpret this as a philosophical suggestion rather than a command. Records confirm evenings around frontier camps often blended exhaustion with brief moments of entertainment. Singing, storytelling, card games, dancing, and shared meals offered travelers temporary relief from the endless labor of westward movement. Human beings remain stubbornly social creatures, even while covered in trail dust. You watch sparks rise into the night sky. They vanish almost immediately among the stars overhead. So many stars! Back east, forests and buildings conceal much of the heavens. Out here, the sky opens completely, stretching from horizon to horizon without interruption. The Milky Way spills overhead like pale smoke. Constellations sharpen brilliantly in the cold darkness. For a moment, it feels as though the earth itself has grown quieter. Then someone's mule kicks over a cooking pot. Frontier serenity always arrives with interruptions. A woman groans dramatically while rescuing half-cooked beans from the dirt. Nearby travelers try very hard not to laugh. One curious footnote from emigrant journals involves the surprising frequency of food-related disasters on the trail. Burned bread, spilled flour, coffee contaminated by wagon grease, chickens escaping into camp at midnight. Historians rarely describe frontier cuisine as glamorous. You accept a tin plate of beans and salt pork from the cook fire beside you. The food tastes smoky, salty, and repetitive. Mostly repetitive. Yet after long days on the trail, even simple meals feel comforting. The warmth spreads pleasantly through your chest, while the prairie wind cools your face. Conversation drifts lazily around the fire. One man claims he once saw a bear steal an entire ham from a campsite without waking anyone. Another insists California rivers contain gold nuggets the size of apples. A woman quietly describes fertile farmland farther west where flowers supposedly bloom taller than fences. The frontier feeds itself on stories. Some are true, some become true after enough retelling. Scholars bicker over how much exaggerated storytelling influenced migration westward during the 19th century. Certain tales of easy riches or perfect farmland clearly stretched reality. Yet without those stories, many settlers might never have risked the journey at all. Hope travels efficiently around campfires. You lean back against a wagon wheel while the fiddle music slows into softer melodies. Nearby, an older traveler carves quietly at a piece of wood with a pocket knife. Thin curls fall into the dirt beside his boots. Another woman mends torn clothing beside the firelight, her needle flashing silver each time it catches the flames. The prairie beyond camp remains almost invisible, except for faint ripples moving through the grass beneath moonlight. That darkness unsettles many travelers. Eastern forests at least contain trees, boundaries, familiar sounds. Here the open plains feel endless, exposed. Some pioneers confessed they missed walls. Imagine missing walls so deeply that you dream about fences. Oddly enough, one scandalous, aside from trail diaries, tells of travelers inventing ghost stories, specifically to discourage children from wandering away from camp at night. Frontier parenting occasionally relied upon creative supernatural management. A distant coyote begins howling somewhere beyond the tall grass. Then another answers farther away. The sound rolls gently across the plains, lonely yet strangely beautiful. Several children pull closer to the fire. One small boy whispers that wolves are coming. An older woman beside him shakes her head. Wolves usually avoid people, she says calmly. People are louder. She is not wrong. The camp itself hums with nighttime sounds. Quiet laughter, snoring, crackling firewood, harness chains clinking softly whenever livestock shift nearby. The low murmur of tired conversations drifting between wagons. You begin noticing how quickly frontier communities form along the trail. People who were strangers weeks earlier now share food, medicine, tools, and fears. Isolation encourages cooperation. Out here, survival often depends upon neighbors you barely knew before departure. Records confirm wagon trains frequently developed detailed social structures during long journeys. Leaders emerged naturally. Disputes required mediation. Families traded labor and supplies constantly. The frontier forced ordinary people into small, moving societies. Not always peaceful societies, admittedly. Earlier today, two men nearly fought over misplaced horse tack. Tonight, they share coffee peacefully beside the same fire. Fatigue solves certain arguments eventually. Your eyes drift upward again toward the stars. The cold air smells faintly of sagebrush and smoke now. Blankets wrap tightly around sleeping forms near the wagons. The fire beside you settles lower into glowing red embers. A traveling preacher seated nearby finally speaks after remaining silent most of the evening. "Funny thing," he says softly, staring into the darkness. "You spend your whole life believing the world is crowded until you see how much empty land there truly is." No one answers immediately, because everyone understands exactly what he means. Historians still argue whether frontier expansion transformed Americans psychologically as much as geographically. The sheer scale of the continent changed how people understood distance, opportunity, isolation, and even themselves. The prairie has a way of making human concerns feel simultaneously smaller and sharper. A baby begins crying softly from one of the wagons. Somewhere nearby, a horse snorts impatiently. The fiddle music fades completely, now replaced by the steady whisper of wind through endless grass. You pull your blanket tighter and settle near the dying fire. Tomorrow brings more miles westward, more dust, more rivers, more uncertainty rolling endlessly beyond the horizon. But tonight, the camp rests quietly beneath the enormous frontier sky, while sparks drift upward into the darkness and vanish among the stars. Morning arrives with wind, not a gentle breeze slipping politely through the grass, but a long, steady prairie wind that seems to have started somewhere beyond the horizon several days ago and simply never stopped moving. It presses against the wagon canvas, whistles softly through loose boards, and carries the scent of dry earth and crushed grass across the open plains. You wake beneath blankets already dusted with fine dirt. This becomes normal surprisingly quickly. The prairie stretches around you in every direction now, immense and rolling beneath a pale blue sky. No forests remain, no crowded towns, only grasslands so wide they almost seem unreal. Tall buffalo grass bends and sways endlessly beneath the wind like waves crossing a green ocean. For a moment, it feels as though the land itself is breathing. Records confirm many travelers crossing the Great Plains during the 19th century struggled to describe the scale of the prairie accurately. Eastern visitors compared it to the sea, so often that the phrase ocean of grass became almost unavoidable. The comparison makes sense once you stand inside it yourself. The horizon never seems closer, no matter how many miles pass beneath the wagon wheels. Breakfast tastes of biscuits, bacon grease, and trail dust. Mostly trail dust. You sit beside the fire brushing dirt from a tin cup while oxen graze nearby. Their slow chewing sounds oddly peaceful against the constant whisper of the prairie wind. A woman hangs wet laundry across wagon rails, despite knowing it will probably collect dust again within minutes. Frontier optimism survives through sheer stubbornness. The wagon train begins moving shortly after sunrise. Wheels rumble through dry soil, while the line of travelers snakes slowly westward across the grasslands. The prairie changes subtly throughout the day. Sometimes the grass rises waist-high. Sometimes the land flattens completely beneath the enormous sky. Occasionally, wildflowers appear in bursts of yellow or purple beside the trail, delicate and surprising against the vastness. Then the wind shifts again and blows dirt directly into your teeth. The frontier enjoys maintaining balance. You walk beside the wagon for a while to spare the animal's extra weight. Boots crunch softly through dry grass. Grasshoppers leap frantically away from each step. The sun climbs steadily higher overhead, warming the earth until the air itself smells baked and dusty. One curious footnote from pioneer journals involves the strange emotional reactions many settlers experienced upon entering the plains. Some travelers felt awe, others felt panic. A few reportedly burst into tears after days surrounded by open prairie because they missed trees so intensely. Trees become emotional support structures surprisingly fast. A child riding nearby asks her father where the mountains are. "Farther west," he replies. "How much farther?" He stares toward the horizon for a moment. "Far enough." That answer summarizes most frontier geography. Distance behaves differently out here. Without forests or buildings, for comparison, the plains distort your sense of scale. A wagon ahead appears close enough to reach within minutes, yet remains distant for half an hour. Hills flatten deceptively beneath the sky. Rivers appear suddenly after seeming invisible moments earlier. Historians still argue whether the psychological challenge of crossing the plains proved harder for many settlers than the physical labor itself. Endless repetition weighs heavily upon the human mind. Day after day of grass, wind, dust, wagon wheels. The prairie strips life down to essentials. Walk, eat, repair, sleep, continue west. And somehow, beneath the monotony, the landscape begins changing you quietly. At midday, the wagon train pauses beside a shallow creek lined with cottonwood trees. The sudden appearance of shade feels almost miraculous. Travelers immediately crowd beneath the branches, while livestock drink greedily from the muddy water. You kneel beside the creek and splash cold water across your face. The sound of flowing water mingles pleasantly with rustling leaves overhead. After days exposed to constant wind and sunlight, even this tiny patch of trees feels luxurious. One scandalous, aside from frontier records, tells of travelers becoming so protective of rare shade trees on the plains that disputes occasionally erupted over whose wagon deserved the best resting spot beneath the branches. Civilization remains fragile during hot weather. Nearby, several hunters return carrying prairie chickens. Their boots kick up dry dust, while children gather excitedly around the birds. Fresh meat creates instant popularity on the trail. Records confirm buffalo once roamed these plains in astonishing numbers before westward expansion transformed the landscape. Early travelers described herds so massive they darkened the horizon for hours while passing. The ground reportedly trembled beneath thousands of moving animals. You scan the prairie, hopefully half expecting to glimpse such a herd yourself. Instead, you see endless grass shifting beneath sunlight. Still beautiful, slightly less dramatic. As afternoon stretches onward, the heat deepens. Sweat gathers beneath your collar. Wagon wheels squeak rhythmically. Flies circle lazily around the oxen. The prairie wind continues without pause, warm now instead of cool. Your thoughts begin drifting strangely in the repetition. The trail encourages daydreaming. You think about eastern cities with brick streets and crowded taverns. You think about cold wells, shaded porches, church bells, newspapers, proper beds. Then the wagon hits another rut hard enough to nearly throw you sideways, and your attention returns immediately to survival. The frontier dislikes excessive nostalgia. Toward evening, the prairie changes color beneath the lowering sun. Golden light spreads across the grasslands until the entire world glows amber and copper. Shadows lengthen behind the wagons. Birds wheel overhead against the fading sky. For a moment, the plains appear almost impossibly beautiful. Even the most exhausted travelers fall quiet sometimes while watching sunset across the prairie. Scholars bicker over whether romantic images of frontier life overlook too much suffering, or whether modern audiences sometimes forget how genuinely breathtaking these landscapes appeared to people seeing them for the first time. Perhaps both can exist together. Hardship and beauty often travel side by side. Camp forms again near a shallow rise overlooking the grasslands. Fires flicker alive one by one as darkness spreads slowly across the plains. The scent of coffee drifts through camp once more, followed closely by wood smoke and frying meat. Coyotes begin singing again somewhere far beyond the firelight. You settle beside the wagon and stare across the endless prairie beneath the stars. The wind continues softly through the grass, ancient and restless, moving eastward now while you continue west. And slowly, almost without noticing, the frontier begins feeling less like a destination and more like a world entirely separate from the one you left behind. The prairie changes subtly as the wagon train moves farther west. The grass grows shorter in places. Low hills ripple gently beneath the horizon. Animal tracks crisscross the dusty earth beside the trail, and now and then you notice thin streams of smoke rising far away against the sky. Someone has seen you long before you see them. That realization settles quietly over the travelers during breakfast one cool morning. Tin cups pause halfway to mouths. Conversations soften. Even the children sense something different in the air. The frontier is not empty. It never was. You stand beside the wagon, watching the distant smoke drift upward, while coffee warms your hands against the morning chill. The smell of sagebrush rides the wind, now dry and sharp beneath the familiar scents of smoke and livestock. Records confirm westward emigrants crossed lands already inhabited by dozens of native nations, each with distinct languages, customs, trade systems, and histories far older than the United States itself. Yet many Eastern settlers arrived with astonishingly little understanding of the people whose territories they entered. Maps often labeled enormous regions simply as Indian country, as though millions of acres and countless human lives could be summarized in two vague words. The wagon train leader rides slowly back through camp, advising everyone to remain calm and respectful if contact occurs. Weapons should stay holstered unless absolutely necessary. Trade is common. Panic is unhelpful. Panic naturally begins immediately among several travelers anyway. One man insists attacks are inevitable because he once heard a story in Missouri from a barber whose cousin supposedly knew somebody. Frontier rumor travels faster than horses and usually carries less accuracy. Historians still argue how deeply exaggerated fear shaped relations between emigrants and native communities on the frontier. Violent conflicts certainly occurred, especially as settlement expanded aggressively westward. Yet records also confirm many encounters involved peaceful trade directions, shared resources, or simple curiosity between strangers meeting along the trails. Reality rarely fits neatly inside popular legends. Late that morning, you finally see riders approaching across the prairie. They move calmly, without hurry, emerging slowly from the rolling grasslands until their horses become clear against the sunlight. Several travelers stop working entirely to watch. A child grips his mother's skirt tightly. Somewhere nearby, someone whispers a prayer. The riders themselves appear far less dramatic than the fears surrounding them. Just human beings crossing the plains. Their horses step lightly through the grass, while feathers and cloth shift softly in the wind. One rider raises a hand in greeting from a distance. The wagon train leader rides forward carefully to meet them between the two groups. The prairie suddenly feels very quiet. Even the wagon wheels seem hesitant to creak. You notice details now. The worn leather of saddles, braided hair moving against shoulders, the relaxed posture of experienced riders entirely comfortable in this landscape. Frontier travelers often looked awkward on the plains compared to native horsemen who understood the terrain intimately. One curious footnote from emigrant diaries involves how impressed settlers frequently became by native riding skills despite their fears. Several pioneers admitted they had never seen such effortless control on horseback before reaching the plains. The two groups meet peacefully. Conversation begins slowly through gestures, fragments of shared language, and cautious observation. Trade goods appear almost immediately because human beings everywhere eventually discover barter improves awkward introductions. Coffee, tobacco, knives, cloth. A young boy from the wagon train stares openly at the visitors, until his embarrassed mother gently lowers his chin with one hand. The visitors seem equally curious about the emigrants. Your wagons, your cooking pots, your endless piles of possessions bouncing westward across the plains. Honestly, the wagons probably look ridiculous from the outside. A traveling interpreter eventually explains that nearby water sources remain reliable farther west, though buffalo herds have moved north recently. The information spreads through camp quickly. On the frontier, practical knowledge becomes priceless. Records confirm many emigrant groups depended heavily upon native guides, traders, or geographic knowledge during Western migration, even while official narratives later minimized those contributions. Survival often relied upon local expertise. Still, tension lingers beneath the politeness. Too many stories, too many misunderstandings, too many fears carried from both directions. Scholars bicker over whether peaceful coexistence between expanding American settlement and native nations was ever realistically possible, given the enormous pressure for land resources and political control during the 19th century. The debate remains unresolved because history itself is painfully unresolved. You sit quietly beside the wagon, repairing a loose strap while the meeting continues nearby. The leather feels rough beneath your fingers. Wind ripples steadily through the prairie grass around you. One older native rider notices a little girl struggling to calm a frightened mule. Without speaking much, he walks over, slowly touches the animal gently near its neck, and murmurs something soft beneath his breath. The mule settles almost immediately. Half the wagon train watches in stunned silence. The old rider smiles faintly. Experience speaks many languages. Oddly enough, one scandalous aside from frontier accounts tells of settlers occasionally adopting native survival techniques while publicly pretending they had invented the methods themselves. Pride again proves remarkably portable across the continent. As afternoon passes, the atmosphere relaxes gradually. Small trade exchanges continue. A few children from both groups edge closer together with the universal curiosity children possess before adults fully educate them into suspicion. Someone shares dried meat beside the fire. Someone else trades sewing needles for animal hides. For a brief moment, the frontier feels less like a collision and more like a crossroads. Yet even you can sense how fragile the calm remains. The wagon train represents movement, expansion, permanent settlement, fences and farms and roads that will eventually transform these grasslands completely. Everyone understands this at least partially, even if few speak it aloud. The visitors finally prepare to leave near sunset. Hands lift again in farewell. Horses turn westward across the plains. Within minutes, the riders begin dissolving back into the enormous landscape until only moving silhouettes remain against the golden grass. Then they are gone. Camp slowly exhales afterward. Conversations return. Fires crackle. Coffee boils. But something inside you has shifted slightly. The frontier no longer feels empty or abstract. Human lives already fill this land with memory, meaning, and history, far older than the wagon tracks cutting across the prairie. As darkness settles softly over camp, coyotes howl once more, somewhere beyond the hills. The wind carries the scent of smoke and distant rain across the grasslands. And beneath the growing stars, the wagon train prepares to continue deeper into a frontier far more complicated than the stories back east ever admitted. By the third week on the trail, meals begin losing their emotional charm. At first, frontier cooking feels adventurous. coffee over open flames, bacon sizzling beneath the dawn sky, biscuits baked in cast-iron ovens, while prairie winds sweep across the grasslands. But repetition works patiently upon the human spirit. Beans again, salt pork again, coffee thankfully again. You sit beside the morning fire, staring into a tin plate of food that looks remarkably similar to yesterday's food and disturbingly similar to tomorrow's food. The bacon glistens with grease. The biscuits resemble compact building materials. Nearby, someone pokes suspiciously at a pot of beans, as though hoping they may have transformed overnight into pie. They have not. Records confirm food monotony became one of the most common complaints among pioneers traveling westward. Fresh fruit vanished quickly. Vegetables spoiled. Flour grew stale. Salt pork survived forever, which sounds useful until you realize survival and enjoyment are very different categories. The prairie wind carries smoke directly into your face while breakfast cooks. Your clothes smell permanently of campfire now. Everything smells permanently of campfire now. Blankets, hats, wagons, possibly thoughts themselves. A woman beside the fire mutters softly that she would trade 3 months of future happiness for one fresh peach. No one laughs, because everyone understands completely. One curious footnote from Emigrant Diaries reveals people became astonishingly emotional about simple foods during long journeys. Apples, butter, milk, eggs. Several pioneers describe dreaming vividly about fresh vegetables while sleeping beside the trail. Frontier hunger transforms ordinary groceries into sacred visions. You chew another bite of biscuit carefully. The biscuit fights back slightly. Frontier baking depends heavily upon flour quality, weather conditions, and the emotional state of the cook. Unfortunately, trail conditions rarely improve any of those factors. The wagon train moves onward shortly after breakfast. Wheels rumble through dry earth while the sun climbs steadily overhead. Grasshoppers scatter before the oxen. Dust drifts endlessly behind the wagons. Around midday, hunters ride back into camp, carrying several rabbits and a prairie chicken. Their arrival immediately improves morale far beyond what the modest amount of meat reasonably deserves. Freshness becomes a luxury. You help skin the rabbits beside a creek, while cold water slips quietly over stones nearby. The scent of sagebrush mingles with blood smoke and damp earth. Flies gather almost instantly because frontier insects maintain astonishing organizational efficiency. One scandalous aside from trail journals tells of pioneers occasionally arguing fiercely over cooking methods after weeks on the trail. Entire friendships reportedly collapsed over improper coffee preparation or badly salted stew. Civilization rests upon thinner foundations than people prefer admitting. The afternoon grows hot and heavy. Sweat darkens collars. Oxen move slowly through the heat, while wagon covers flap lazily in the wind. Your stomach remains full enough, yet somehow unsatisfied. That becomes the strange reality of frontier eating. Enough calories, not enough joy. Historians still argue whether emigrants suffered more nutritional problems on the overland trails than official reports suggested. Certain diaries mention exhaustion, weakness, or illness that modern scholars suspect may have resulted partly from poor diet during long migrations. Still, people adapted creatively. A woman traveling near your wagon gathers wild onions from a creek bed and tosses them into supper stew. The tiny addition transforms the flavor enough that several people immediately ask where she found them. Frontier cooking rewards imagination. or desperation? Usually both. As evening approaches, camp forms beside a shallow river lined with cottonwood trees. The shade feels heavenly after another long day exposed to prairie sunlight. Fires spark alive one by one, while kettles begin boiling across camp. Tonight someone attempts pie. The announcement spreads faster than news of gold discoveries. Unfortunately, the pie contains dried apples preserved months earlier, and the crust develops a texture best described as historically educational. Still, travelers gather eagerly around the cookfire because even imperfect pie reminds everyone of ordinary life left behind. You accept a small slice and eat slowly beside the flames. Honestly, it tastes wonderful. Not because it is objectively excellent, because memory itself seasons frontier food. Nearby, an older traveler begins describing restaurants back east in painful detail. Roast chicken, fresh bread dripping with butter, oyster stew, cakes layered with cream. Several listeners eventually beg him to stop. He continues anyway. The prairie darkens gradually beyond camp. Crickets begin singing in the grass, while smoke drifts upward through the cooling evening air. Children chase fireflies near the wagons until exhausted parents finally herd them toward blankets. A curious smell suddenly spreads through camp. Burned beans. Again, someone forgot supper while telling stories beside the fire. Groans ripple across the camp immediately. One man dramatically declares the frontier a conspiracy against decent cooking. Records confirm emigrants often carried small luxuries, specifically to preserve morale through meals. Spices hidden in cloth bags, molasses jars wrapped carefully against breakage, tea tins reserved for difficult days. Food became emotional protection against the hardships surrounding the trail. You lean back against a wagon wheel, sipping weak coffee beneath the stars. The cup feels warm against your hands, while the night air cools pleasantly around camp. Coyotes howl faintly in the distance again, their voices rolling softly across the dark prairie. For a moment, the entire wagon train grows quiet, except for the fires crackling low beside the wagons. Your thoughts drift toward home meals remembered almost too clearly now. Kitchens filled with warm bread smells, gardens heavy with vegetables, cool milk, orchard apples, fresh fish packed in ice. Then you glance around the camp, dust-covered wagons beneath endless stars, tired travelers wrapped in blankets, coffee simmering softly over dying embers. And despite the hardship, despite the endless beans and suspicious biscuits, you realize something unexpected. People are still laughing, still sharing food, still moving westward together. The frontier strips away comfort first, but not necessarily companionship. Scholars bicker over whether the hardships of Western migration strengthened communal bonds among settlers or merely forced temporary cooperation through necessity. Perhaps those ideas overlap more than historians prefer. Tonight, while the prairie wind moves gently through the cottonwood leaves overhead, the camp settles into sleep one fire at a time. And somewhere beyond the darkness, tomorrow's breakfast is already waiting patiently inside another sack of beans. The trail grows quieter after the first grave. Not silent exactly. Wagon wheels still creak, oxen still snort impatiently, children still complain about walking. But something changes in the conversations drifting between the wagons. Laughter softens, voices lower slightly. People begin glancing more carefully toward the roadside. You see the grave near midday, beneath a crooked wooden marker leaning sideways in the prairie grass. The mound itself looks fresh, earth still dark from recent digging. No fence surrounds it, no flowers, only endless wind moving softly through the plains. The wagon train passes slowly. No one says much. Records confirm thousands of emigrants died along the overland trails during the 19th century, many from disease rather than violence. Cholera especially terrified travelers during certain migration years, spreading rapidly through wagon companies, where water sources, exhaustion, and close quarters created perfect conditions for illness. The frontier promised opportunity. It also demanded payment. You keep walking beside the wagon while the prairie stretches endlessly ahead beneath the hot afternoon sun. Dust rises around your boots with every step. Somewhere, farther down the line, a baby cries weakly beneath a canvas cover. The heat feels heavier lately. Several travelers have already fallen sick during the past few days. Stomach pain, fever, vomiting, exhaustion. Frontier medicine remains painfully limited against diseases people barely understand. One curious footnote from trail diaries reveals how quickly rumors spread whenever illness appeared. Travelers blamed bad water, spoiled bacon, cold air, unlucky campsites, or sometimes entire wagon companies. Human beings desperately prefer explanations, even inaccurate ones. You notice more abandoned belongings beside the road now? Broken furniture, cracked barrels, torn clothing, a rusted stove lying awkwardly half buried in dust. Earlier, these objects seemed almost humorous evidence of overloaded wagons and optimistic planning. Now they feel heavier somehow. Evidence of people forced to choose survival over possessions. The wagon train halts near a shallow creek by late afternoon. Water flows slowly between muddy banks lined with reeds. Travelers immediately rush toward it with buckets and kettles, despite growing anxiety about contaminated water sources. A woman near the creek hesitates before filling her bucket. "Do you think it's safe?" she asks quietly. No one answers confidently. Historians still argue how much 19th century travelers understood about disease transmission during westward migration. Germ theory remained poorly developed for ordinary settlers. Many emigrants knew certain camps or water sources seemed dangerous, yet few understood precisely why illness spread. The uncertainty itself becomes exhausting. You kneel beside the creek and study the cloudy water slipping past reeds and stones. It smells earthy, stagnant near the edges. Upstream oxen stand directly in the water, drinking noisily, while children splash nearby. Frontier sanitation does not inspire confidence. A doctor traveling with the wagon company moves slowly through camp checking sick families. His black medical bag looks worn nearly to pieces. Records confirm frontier doctors often carried limited supplies, including laudanum, calomel bandages, and whiskey. Unfortunately, many treatments proved almost as dangerous as the illnesses themselves. Still, desperate people cling to any available hope. One scandalous aside from frontier accounts tells of certain traveling miracle cures sold along western trails that claimed to prevent cholera entirely. Most contained alcohol, herbs, or ingredients best left unidentified. Frontier capitalism remained remarkably creative during public health crises. Toward evening, word spreads quietly that a young man from another wagon train nearby died during the night. The news moves through camp like cold wind. You never met him, yet suddenly every cough sounds more alarming. Every pale face draws attention. Travelers begin boiling water more carefully. Mothers pull children closer. The prairie itself seems less welcoming now beneath the fading sunlight. Campfire conversations turn subdued after supper. The usual storytelling fades quickly into silence. Smoke drifts low across the camp while crickets begin singing in the grass. You sit beside the fire cleaning a tin cup, slowly listening to the soft crackle of burning wood. Nearby, an older woman folds clothing carefully beside a wagon while whispering prayers beneath her breath. The frontier strips away illusions gradually. At the beginning of the journey, many settlers imagined adventure, freedom, new beginnings beneath western skies. Few imagined how often death traveled quietly beside the wagons. Records confirm emigrants frequently passed multiple graves in a single day during severe cholera outbreaks. Some travelers described entire stretches of trail marked by rough wooden crosses or simple stone piles. Yet wagon trains rarely stopped long. The journey itself demanded movement. Forward became the only direction. As darkness deepens, coyotes howl somewhere beyond the prairie. Their voices drift eerily through the night air, while campfires burn low among the wagons. The stars overhead appear painfully bright tonight. One man nearby begins telling stories about home almost desperately. Apple orchards, fishing trips, church picnics beside cool rivers. Everyone listens quietly because familiar memories feel comforting against the uncertainty surrounding camp. Then someone starts coughing again. The sound cuts through the darkness immediately. A child asks softly whether people die often on the trail. His mother pauses before answering. Sometimes, she says carefully, but most keep going. Most keep going. The sentence hangs heavily beside the fire. Scholars bicker over whether emigrant letters and memoirs later softened the brutal realities of disease and death along the frontier because survivors naturally shape the historical narrative. Many people who suffered most severely never lived long enough to leave written accounts behind. History often favors the surviving storytellers. You wrap your blanket tighter around your shoulders while cold night air settles across camp. The prairie wind smells faintly of smoke, sagebrush, and distant rain now. Somewhere, an ox bell clinks softly in the darkness. Sleep comes slowly tonight. Too many thoughts drift through camp beside the dying fires. Too many reminders that the frontier remains indifferent to dreams, courage, or careful planning. And tomorrow morning, beneath another enormous prairie sunrise, the wagon wheels will begin turning west once more, beside the silent roadside graves fading gradually into the grass. The storm announces itself long before it arrives. At first, you only notice the horizon darkening strangely during the late afternoon. Not with rain clouds exactly, but with a thick brown haze spreading slowly across the plains. The prairie wind changes direction. Grass bends sharply eastward. Oxen lift their heavy heads uneasily. Then someone quietly says the word dust. Every traveler immediately looks up. The frontier has many ways of reminding people who truly controls the landscape. You stand beside the wagon, squinting toward the growing wall of dirt moving across the plains. The air already tastes dry, bitter. Fine grains of sand scrape faintly between your teeth whenever you speak. Records confirm dust storms plague travelers throughout large portions of the Great Plains, especially during dry summers when wagon traffic and wind stripped loose soil into the air. Long before the famous Dust Bowl of the 20th century, frontier migrants already understood how terrifying prairie storms could become. The wagon train leader shouts instructions quickly now. Tie down canvas covers. Secure loose supplies. Keep children close. Protect the animals' eyes if possible. Someone mutters, that the storm still looks far away. 5 minutes later, the sky disappears. The wind strikes camp with sudden violence, flattening grass and whipping dust into the air so thickly that the wagons vanish behind swirling brown clouds. Canvas snaps loudly overhead. Horses rear nervously. People pull scarves across their mouths while scrambling between wagons. The dust gets everywhere immediately. Eyes, hair, blankets, coffee, especially coffee. You wrap a cloth around your nose and mouth while helping secure a loose wagon cover thrashing wildly in the wind. The canvas feels rough against your hands. Dust stings your skin like blown sandpaper. Breathing itself becomes difficult. One curious footnote from Pioneer Diaries involves how travelers describe the sound of major dust storms. Not thunder, not rain, more like endless scraping and hissing as dirt itself moved across the plains in enormous waves. The sound surrounds you now, a constant roaring whisper. Children cry from inside the wagons, while adults stumble half-blind through the storm, securing barrels and frightened livestock. Oxen bawl nervously against their harnesses. Cooking fires vanish instantly beneath the blowing dirt. A woman nearby desperately tries rescuing laundry from a clothesline before finally surrendering to reality and simply letting the frontier own the laundry now. Reasonable decision. The sky turned strangely dark by late afternoon. Not nighttime darkness. Stranger than that. A dim copper-colored gloom where the sun appears only as a faint glowing circle behind the dust. You climb into the wagon briefly beside several other travelers seeking shelter from the worst of the storm. Inside smells of canvas, sweat leather, and dry earth. Dust slips through every crack anyway, coating blankets and food sacks with fine brown powder. A little boy sneezes dramatically 3 times in a row. No one even reacts. Historians still argue how psychologically exhausting environmental hardships became for westward migrants crossing the plains. Heat storms, insects disease, and endless exposure slowly wore down emotional resilience even among experienced travelers. The frontier rarely allows complete rest. Outside, the wind continues hammering the wagon train. Dust rattles against the canvas like dry rain. Somewhere nearby, a mule screams loudly enough to unsettle everyone inside the wagon. One scandalous, aside from trail journals, tells of travelers accidentally consuming astonishing amounts of dirt during severe storms because dust settled continuously into open cooking pots, drinking water, and food supplies. Several pioneers joked bitterly that prairie soil became their most consistent seasoning. The joke feels less amusing once you crunch dirt between your teeth during supper. Eventually, the worst of the storm begins passing eastward. The wind softens slightly. Shapes reappear slowly through the dusty haze. Wagons emerge like ghostly outlines against the fading brown sky. You step outside cautiously. The entire camp looks transformed. Dust covers everything. Faces appear streaked brown except where tears or sweat carved pale lines through the dirt. Blankets flap heavily beneath layers of soil. Cooking pots resemble archaeological discoveries. Even the oxen look offended. One man removes his hat and pours an entire pile of dirt onto the ground from inside it. The prairie remains committed to thoroughness. As evening approaches, travelers begin the long, miserable process of cleaning camp. Water buckets move constantly. Blankets shake violently. Supplies get inspected for damage. Children emerge from wagons looking like tiny, exhausted chimney sweeps. Yet gradually the mood lightens again. Survival itself becomes comforting after hardship passes. Someone manages to relight a cooking fire sheltered behind wagon wheels. The smell of smoke drifts through camp once more, mixing with dust and sagebrush beneath the cooling evening air. Supper tastes exactly like dirt. Not metaphorically, actually dirt. You chew carefully beside the fire while listening to tired conversations around camp. A woman insists the storm lasted 3 full days. A man replies it barely lasted 3 hours. Frontier time expands dramatically during discomfort. Records confirm some travelers became so disoriented during major prairie storms that wagon trains temporarily lost direction entirely. Without clear landmarks, the plains could feel terrifyingly empty and confusing once visibility disappeared. Tonight, however, the stars finally return overhead. Slowly at first, one bright point above the dark prairie. Then another. The wind settles into softer whispers, moving through the grasslands, while exhausted travelers wrap themselves in dusty blankets near the fires. Somewhere nearby, a fiddle attempts cheerful music despite everything. It sounds slightly clogged with dirt, too. You lie back against a wagon wheel, staring upward into the cold, clear sky. Dust still coats your skin. Your hair feels stiff with grit. Tiny particles crunch faintly beneath your blanket whenever you shift position. And yet the air smells cleaner now, somehow. Storm washed. Open. Your thoughts drift toward the strange intimacy frontier travelers develop with the environment itself. Eastern life often separates people from weather through sturdy houses and familiar routines. Out here, the plains enter directly into your daily existence. Wind shapes your mood. Rain controls your movement. Dust settles into your food and lungs and memories alike. Scholars bicker over whether frontier mythology later romanticized this closeness to nature too heavily, while ignoring the sheer exhaustion it caused ordinary settlers. Tonight, after eating dirt-flavored beans beneath a sky finally free of dust, you suspect the truth lies somewhere in between. The prairie gives beauty generously. It simply charges for the experience. Far across the dark plains, lightning flickers silently near the horizon, while camp slowly settles into uneasy sleep. And beneath your blanket, you discover there is somehow still dust between your teeth. The first sign of gold fever is not the mining camp itself. It is the abandoned furniture. The trail begins filling with strange objects scattered across the prairie. Heavy trunks split open beside wagon ruts. Cast-iron stoves left crooked in the grass. Books, mirrors, broken rocking chairs. A piano missing several keys sits absurdly alone beside the road, as though waiting for an audience that wandered away months earlier. You stare at it while the wagon rolls slowly past. Somewhere back east, a music teacher is probably still emotionally recovering. Records confirm thousands of fortune seekers heading toward western goldfields, discarded possessions along the trails in desperate attempts to lighten overloaded wagons. Gold fever changed priorities quickly. Furniture became unnecessary. Fine clothing became ridiculous. Entire lives were reduced to what could move efficiently toward rumored riches. And the rumors never stopped. You hear them every evening now around the campfires. A miner who supposedly found enough gold in 1 week to buy a mansion in Boston. Rivers glittering with nuggets beneath shallow water. Men becoming rich overnight before breakfast even cooled. No one ever mentions the thousands who failed. The frontier enjoys selective storytelling. The prairie itself begins changing as the wagon train pushes farther west. Dusty trails widen from heavy traffic. More travelers appear, moving in both directions. Some head west with eager faces and overloaded wagons. Others return east, looking exhausted, thinner, and mysteriously reluctant to discuss details. Historians still argue whether most migrants genuinely believed they would strike it rich, or whether many simply hoped gold camps might offer any opportunity at all in a rapidly changing economy. Perhaps hope itself mattered more than probability. You crest a low ridge late one afternoon and finally see the mining settlement below. At first glance, it looks temporary, chaotic, like someone spilled wooden buildings across a muddy valley beside a river. Canvas tents cluster beside rough cabins. Smoke rises thickly into the evening air. Wagons crowd narrow streets churned into deep mud by boots, horses, and endless traffic. The distant sound of hammering echoes constantly through the valley. Gold camps grow fast because nobody arrives intending permanence. Yet somehow, entire towns appear almost overnight. A curious footnote from Western records reveals certain boom towns expanded so rapidly that buildings occasionally opened before roofs were finished. One hotel reportedly rented rooms without walls for several weeks because demand outpaced construction. Privacy becomes negotiable during gold rushes. As your wagon train rolls toward the settlement, new smells replace the familiar prairie scents. Wood smoke, horse manure, frying meat, whiskey, wet mud, sweat. River water churned brown by mining activity. Noise surrounds you too. Shouting merchants, barking dogs, wagon wheels grinding through mud, music spilling faintly from distant saloons. The camp feels alive in a nervous, feverish way, as though everyone here is rushing towards something just slightly out of reach. Records confirm many mining towns attracted astonishingly diverse populations during Western expansion. Americans from eastern states mixed with immigrants from Europe, Latin America, and Asia. Sailors abandoned ships for the goldfields. Farmers became prospectors. Clerks became gamblers. Entire professions dissolved into opportunity and confusion. Gold rearranged society faster than governments could organize it. You guide the wagon slowly through the crowded street, while strangers shout offers from every direction. Fresh supplies, mining tools, hot meals, best whiskey west of the Mississippi. That final claim feels statistically unlikely, given how many saloons advertise exactly the same thing. A muddy prospector stumbles past carrying a pan and grinning wildly at no one in particular. His beard appears to contain small pieces of breakfast. Another man sits slumped against a barrel, staring at empty hands, with the exhausted expression of someone who trusted rumors too enthusiastically. The contrast becomes impossible to ignore. Hope beside disappointment, fortune beside failure. One scandalous aside from frontier newspapers tells of merchants often earning more reliable profits during gold rushes than miners themselves. Selling shovels, boots, food, and whiskey to desperate prospectors frequently proved safer than searching for gold directly. Honestly, the shovel sellers seem calmer. You stop near a boarding house, where travelers crowd onto the porch eating supper from tin plates. The building leans slightly sideways already, despite looking barely finished. Frontier architecture occasionally resembles an ongoing negotiation with gravity. Inside, the air feels thick with smoke and conversation. Lantern light flickers across rough wooden walls, while exhausted miners trade stories over whiskey and coffee. Always coffee. A man at the next table loudly claims he found gold nuggets bigger than walnuts last month. Another immediately insists he discovered larger ones farther upriver. Scholars bicker over how exaggerated mining camp storytelling became during Western expansion, though the answer appears to be extremely. Still, records confirm genuine fortunes were occasionally made. That possibility keeps everyone searching. You step outside after supper while twilight settles across the muddy streets. The sounds of the camp shift subtly now. Piano music drifts from saloons, laughter spills through open doorways. Hammers continue striking somewhere, even at this hour, because frontier towns never seem fully asleep. Lanterns glow warmly against the growing darkness. The muddy street reflects scattered firelight, while miners shuffle between buildings, wrapped in dust, exhaustion, and ambition. Some carry shovels over their shoulders. Others clutch bottles. A few simply stare westward, toward distant hills, where tomorrow's hopes wait, buried somewhere beneath stone and riverbeds. Historians still argue whether gold rushes ultimately strengthened the American frontier economy or merely accelerated cycles of speculation, exploitation, and environmental destruction across the West. The debate feels very far away tonight. Here in the muddy glow of the mining camp, the mood remains immediate and human. People chasing dreams, people escaping failures, people reinventing themselves beneath Western skies because the frontier allows identities to shift almost as quickly as fortunes. You walk slowly back toward the wagon while cool mountain air drifts down into the valley. The scent of pine trees mingles faintly now with smoke and mud. Somewhere nearby, a drunk miner attempts singing with deeply questionable success. And above the noisy gold camp, beyond the lantern light and restless ambition, the western stars still shine calmly over the frontier, as though none of this feverish scrambling matters very much at all. By nightfall, the boomtown changes personality completely. During the day, the settlement feels noisy and practical. Wagons unloading supplies, miners arguing over claims, merchants shouting prices through muddy streets. But once darkness settles across the valley and lanterns begin glowing behind windows, the entire town transforms into something stranger, something restless. You step carefully along the muddy main street while piano music drifts through the cold evening air. Lantern smoke curls upward from wooden storefronts. Boots splash through puddles beside you. Somewhere nearby, a man laughs loud enough to suggest either enormous happiness or terrible whiskey. Possibly both. Records confirm Western boomtowns developed reputations for constant nightlife during the gold rush years. Saloons, gambling halls, dance houses, theaters, and boarding rooms often appeared almost immediately in rapidly growing settlements. Human beings, after all, remain determined to entertain themselves even while standing knee-deep in mud. Especially while standing knee-deep in mud. The street itself glows unevenly beneath lantern light. Wooden sidewalks creak under heavy boots. Shadows shift across false front buildings, designed to make tiny structures appear grander than they truly are. Frontier architecture frequently relied upon confidence. A barber shop stands beside a gambling hall, a blacksmith beside a bakery. A church somehow squeezed between two saloons, like a tired parent supervising unruly children. You pass a crowded storefront where miners lean over card tables surrounded by thick cigar smoke. Coins clink. Whiskey glasses slam against wood. Faces glow red beneath lantern light, while cards flick rapidly between rough hands. One scandalous aside from Western newspapers tells of certain boomtown gamblers carrying hidden decks sewn inside coat sleeves because cheating opportunities rose proportionally with gold discoveries. Trust becomes flexible where money gathers quickly. The piano music grows louder as you approach A saloon spilling light and conversation into the street. Warm air rushes outward, carrying the smells of tobacco, whiskey, fried meat, wet wool, and unwashed humanity. Honestly, frontier saloons smell like ambition, mixed with poor ventilation. Inside the room hums with energy. Miners crowd shoulder to shoulder at the bar. Cards shuffle near the back wall. A woman in a bright red dress laughs beside the piano, while a tired musician pounds enthusiastically at keys that may once have been in tune several states ago. You find a quiet corner near the wall and watch the room carefully. This is the social center of the frontier. Deals happen here, fights begin here, jobs appear here, news travels here long before newspapers catch up. Records confirm saloons often served multiple functions in western towns, including restaurants, post offices, banks, meeting halls, and unofficial employment agencies. Civilization arrives improvisationally on the frontier. A miner beside you lifts a whiskey glass and announces to no one specifically that he will strike it rich before winter. Another replies calmly that winter may strike him first. Gentle frontier optimism continues surviving under difficult conditions. Historians still argue how violent boomtowns truly were compared to later Western legends. Popular stories exaggerate constant gunfights dramatically, yet crime, gambling, disputes, theft, and drunken brawls certainly occurred more frequently in unstable settlements packed with transient populations and large amounts of money. Still, most evenings involved conversation rather than shootouts. Human beings spend more time eating stew than dueling at sunset. A traveling merchant unfolds maps across one table, while prospectors crowd around, arguing over rumored gold deposits in distant hills. Nearby, two exhausted miners sleep sitting upright against the wall, despite the piano music roaring only feet away. The frontier teaches flexible sleeping habits. You order coffee instead of whiskey, because the journey west has already provided enough questionable decisions recently. The cup arrives black and bitter enough to remove paint from furniture. Perfect frontier coffee. A curious footnote from mining camp diaries involves how many settlements imported luxuries astonishingly quickly despite their remote locations. French champagne, silk dresses, oysters packed in ice, pianos hauled by wagon across impossible terrain. Apparently, civilization refuses to travel lightly. Outside the saloon window, the muddy street remains busy beneath the lantern glow. Horses stamp impatiently near hitching posts. Wagons rumble through darkness carrying late supplies. Somewhere farther down the street, someone begins arguing loudly in at least 3 different languages simultaneously. Boomtown diversity creates fascinating confusion. Records confirm mining settlements often brought together people from wildly different backgrounds who might never have encountered one another elsewhere. Farmers from Ohio, sailors from Boston, immigrants from China, Ireland, Germany, and Mexico, former soldiers, failed businessmen, escaped dreamers. The frontier becomes a giant human mixing bowl with fewer rules. The piano player suddenly shifts into a faster tune, and several couples begin dancing awkwardly across the wooden floor. Boots stomp. Laughter rises. Lantern light flickers against smoke-stained walls, while the entire room sways with exhaustion and excitement. For a moment, the hardships of the trail seem far away. No dust storms, no cholera graves, no endless beans beside prairie campfires, only warmth, noise, and temporary belonging beneath the lantern glow. Yet outside the saloon, beyond the muddy streets and restless music, the frontier itself waits patiently in darkness. Cold mountains, empty plains, long winters still coming. Scholars bicker over whether boomtown culture represented freedom or instability at its core. Some historians view mining camps as symbols of opportunity and reinvention. Others emphasize exploitation, lawlessness, and environmental destruction beneath the romantic mythology. Tonight the town feels too alive for simple answers. You step back into the cold night air sometime after midnight. Frost glimmers faintly along wagon wheels parked beside the street. The piano music fades behind you now, muffled through wooden walls. Above the boomtown, the stars shine sharp and clear across the mountain sky. The noise below suddenly feels temporary against that enormous silence overhead. Miners still chase gold beneath lantern light. Gamblers still shuffle cards beside smoky tables. Dreamers still arrive daily, believing fortune waits somewhere just beyond the next hill. And slowly, as your boots crunch across the frozen mud toward the wagon camp beyond town, you realize the frontier itself may be the most addictive gamble of all. The cattle appear first, a dark moving line stretching across the distant plains beneath the morning sun, slow and enormous, enough that at first your tired eyes mistake it for a strange shadow drifting over the grasslands. Then the wind changes direction and carries the sound toward you. Lowing cattle, hundreds of them. Soon riders emerge around the herd, scattered loosely along the edges like shepherds guiding a very stubborn river. Dust rises behind the animals in thick golden clouds, while horses weave carefully through the moving mass. Cowboys, not quite the polished frontier heroes later stories would invent. Much dirtier for one thing. Records confirm cattle drives became a major part of Western frontier life after the Civil War, especially during the great drives northward from Texas toward railroad towns in Kansas. Thousands of cattle crossed enormous distances under the supervision of relatively small crews working exhausting days in brutal weather. The romantic version usually forgets the smell. You stand beside the wagon, watching the herd approach, while prairie wind carries the heavy scent of livestock dust, sweat, and leather across the plains. The cattle themselves move with slow, restless energy, horns swaying above the grass like drifting branches. One cowboy rides closer toward your wagon train, lifting a hand politely beneath a weather-beaten hat. His face appears sunburned nearly beyond recognition. Dust coats his coat boots and horse equally. Honestly, the horse looks slightly more rested. A curious footnote from Western records reveals many cowboys were surprisingly young, often teenagers or men barely into their 20s. The frontier image of the hardened, middle-aged gunfighter overlooks how much Western labor depended upon exhausted young people with questionable sleep schedules. The cowboy pauses near your wagon. Trails crowded ahead, he says. Might want to camp near the creek before sunset. Then he rides off again before anyone can ask more questions. Frontier conversations often operate efficiently. The cattle herd rolls past for nearly an hour afterward. Endless animals, endless dust, endless lowing drifting across the prairie beneath the hot sky. Children from the wagon train stare wide-eyed at the spectacle, while several oxen look personally offended by the cattle's existence. One mule attempts kicking at the air purely from irritation. Reasonable emotional response, honestly. Records confirm cattle drives could involve thousands of animals moving together across the plains, creating serious challenges for travelers sharing western trails. Water sources became crowded quickly. Grazing land vanished fast, and nighttime stampedes terrified nearly everyone nearby. You ask one older traveler whether stampede stories are exaggerated. He glances toward the restless herd. No, he says immediately. Comforting. As afternoon stretches onward, the wagon train eventually reaches the creek mentioned by the cowboy earlier. Tall cottonwoods line the water, while prairie grass ripples endlessly beyond the banks. Several cattle crews already occupy parts of the campsite, their horses grazing nearby beneath the trees. The place smells overwhelmingly alive. Smoke from cooking fires, horse sweat, wet leather, coffee boiling in blackened pots, and underneath everything, the heavy earthy scent of thousands of cattle spread across the plains. You help gather firewood, while cowboys move quietly through camp, checking horses, repairing tack, and cooking supper. Their movements seem practiced from repetition rather than glamour. Frontier labor rarely pauses for dramatic posing. One scandalous aside from frontier memoirs tells of Eastern tourists becoming deeply disappointed upon meeting actual cowboys because the men looked tired, muddy, and surprisingly ordinary compared to dime novel illustrations. The cowboys themselves probably preferred it that way. You settle near one of their fires after supper while darkness spreads slowly across the prairie. Lantern light flickers against saddles hanging from tree branches. Horses stamp softly near the creek. Somewhere out among the cattle bells, clink faintly through the night. A cowboy strums quietly at a guitar, missing one string. The music sounds soft and worn around the edges. Records confirm cowboys often sang during nighttime herd watches to calm restless cattle. Low, steady singing supposedly helped prevent panic during storms or sudden noises. Historians still argue how widespread the practice truly became, though countless Western stories mention music drifting across nighttime cattle camps. Out here beneath the stars, the idea feels believable. One rider beside the fire finally begins describing life on the trail. Weeks sleeping outdoors, months following cattle northward, dust storms, river crossings, stampedes exploding suddenly at midnight. He speaks calmly, almost casually, while cleaning mud from his boots with a knife. Another cowboy laughs softly and points toward the herd. Those cows got more sense than most gamblers in Dodge City. The others nod thoughtfully. Cowboys develop specific philosophies after too much weather and too little sleep. You notice how ethnically mixed the cattle crews appear compared to popular frontier myths. Records confirm many cowboys were Black Mexican or Native American, though later Western entertainment often erased that diversity entirely in favor of simplified legends. The actual frontier rarely matched its future mythology. Scholars bicker over whether cowboy culture represented genuine independence or simply another difficult labor system shaped by wealthy cattle owners and expanding Western markets. Romantic freedom looks slightly different after 16 hours in the saddle during a thunderstorm. The night deepens around camp. Stars spread brilliantly overhead, while the prairie cools beneath drifting moonlight. Far out among the cattle, shadowy riders continue slow patrols through the darkness. Then suddenly, chaos erupts. A lightning flash flickers near the horizon, followed by distant thunder. Instantly, the cattle grow restless. Bells clatter sharply. Riders leap toward horses with astonishing speed, while voices shout through the darkness. The herd begins shifting nervously across the plains. You feel tension spread through the entire camp like cold water. Stampede fear. The cowboys ride hard toward the cattle, now silhouettes racing beneath the moonlight, while low songs drift faintly across the dark prairie. Soft voices against panic. For several long minutes, the herd churns dangerously beneath the distant lightning. Then gradually the movement settles again. The singing continues softly a while longer. Back near the fire, one exhausted cowboy finally returns and drops heavily beside the flames. "Just thunder," he mutters, as though thunder itself were a minor inconvenience, rather than nature announcing war against sleep. You wrap your blanket tighter around your shoulders while the prairie wind moves gently through the cottonwood leaves overhead. Beyond the firelight, cattle settle once more beneath the enormous frontier sky. And somewhere out in the darkness, a lone cowboy keeps singing softly to the restless herd while the stars turn slowly over the plains. The frontier stories back east usually focus on men, men with rifles, men on horseback, men discovering gold or fighting storms, or dramatically staring into sunups while orchestral music practically plays itself in the background. The frontier itself tells a different story. You notice it one cold morning while camp slowly wakes beneath pale prairie light. Before most men fully emerge from their blankets, several women already move steadily through camp, feeding children, rekindling fires, boiling coffee, repairing clothing, and organizing supplies for another long day on the trail. Civilization, it turns out, wakes early. Records confirm women carried enormous responsibility throughout frontier life. Cooking, laundry, child care, gardening, sewing, nursing, food preservation, animal care, education, bookkeeping, and often field labor, too. Survival depended heavily upon work that later frontier mythology politely pushed into the background. The frontier ran on invisible labor and coffee. Mostly invisible labor. You sit near the fire watching one woman knead biscuit dough inside a battered tin bowl, while simultaneously calming a crying baby with her foot rocking a cradle box beside the wagon. Another woman nearby sharpens a kitchen knife against a stone with the concentration of a military strategist preparing for battle. Honestly, frontier cooking probably required military strategy. The morning air smells of smoked bacon, grease, wet canvas, and cold grass. Frost still clings lightly to the wagon wheels, while the prairie sky brightens slowly overhead. A little farther from camp, several women gather water buckets from the creek, their boots crunching softly through frozen grass. Their conversations drift back toward the wagons in fragments. Recipes, sick children, weather, whether Mrs. Parker's husband truly lost $300 gambling last winter. Frontier gossip remains one of humanity's most durable survival mechanisms. One curious footnote from frontier records reveals many women traveling west kept detailed diaries describing daily labor in astonishing depth. Washing clothes beside icy rivers, childbirth in moving wagons, grinding flour, mending boots by candlelight after 16-hour days. Their accounts often feel more grounded and practical than the dramatic adventures described in popular frontier novels, because someone still had to cook supper during the adventure. The wagon train moves onward shortly after sunrise. Wheels rumble steadily across the plains, while prairie wind ripples through tall grass beside the trail. You walk beside one family for a time, listening as a mother teaches arithmetic lessons to her children while simultaneously guiding oxen. 7 plus 5, 12. And keep the wagon straight. Frontier education values efficiency. Records confirm many frontier women served as informal teachers even before proper schools existed in Western settlements. Literacy mattered deeply to families attempting to preserve ordinary culture amid difficult conditions. Books traveled west beside rifles and plows. sometimes beside rifles and badly packed frying pans. Historians still argue whether frontier life created greater opportunities for women in certain regions compared to Eastern society. Some scholars emphasize the crushing labor and social restrictions women faced. Others note Western conditions occasionally allowed women unusual economic roles, property ownership, or independence unavailable elsewhere. Reality likely depended heavily upon luck, location, and survival. By midday, the wagon train pauses near a shallow riverbank lined with cottonwoods. Instantly, camp erupts into activity again. Laundry begins. Frontier laundry deserves its own historical warning label. You watch several women hauling enormous kettles toward the fire, while others scrub clothing against washboards beside the freezing river water. Steam rises from boiling pots. Wet fabric snaps sharply in the prairie wind. One woman wrings out a shirt with enough force to suggest deep personal resentment toward the frontier itself. Reasonable emotional processing, honestly. A scandalous aside from pioneer memoirs tells of travelers occasionally wearing the same clothing for astonishing lengths of time simply to avoid additional washing labor on the trail. Dust and practicality formed a long-term relationship across the frontier. Nearby, another woman tends carefully to a pregnant traveler resting beneath wagon shade. Records confirm childbirth remained terrifyingly dangerous throughout frontier life, especially in isolated regions lacking experienced doctors or proper medical care. Yet babies kept arriving. The frontier never pauses politely for ideal circumstances. You notice how often women quietly organize camp survival without formal authority. They manage food supplies, track medicine, share sewing needles, watch one another's children, trade recipes and remedies. Frontier cooperation often grows strongest around practical necessity. One older woman traveling with the wagon train carries a small box filled entirely with herbs, roots, and homemade medicines. People visit her constantly for advice about coughs, fevers, stomach pains, or exhaustion. Whether her remedies work medically remains uncertain. But comfort itself has value. The prairie stretches endlessly around camp beneath warm afternoon sunlight now. Grass bends softly in the wind, while wagon covers flap lazily near the fires. Somewhere nearby, children chase grasshoppers between the wagons, despite repeated warnings not to wander too far. A woman repairing harness straps beside you suddenly laughs quietly. What you ask? She holds up a tiny child's shoe coated completely in mud. I washed this yesterday. Frontier victory remains temporary. Records confirm women on the frontier frequently operated businesses in growing western towns. Once settlements became more permanent. Boarding houses, bakeries, general stores, hotels, laundry services. One curious footnote from mining camps reveals some female entrepreneurs earned far more stable incomes than prospectors chasing uncertain gold strikes. Predictable bread apparently beats imaginary treasure. As evening approaches, supper preparations begin across camp. Fires glow warmly beneath hanging kettles, while smoke drifts upward into the cooling prairie air. The familiar smells return again. Beans, coffee, salt pork, a frontier menu with tremendous commitment to routine. Yet tonight, laughter moves more easily through camp. Someone tells exaggerated stories about a wagon accidentally rolling backward into a creek weeks earlier. Children roast potatoes directly in the fire, while exhausted parents finally sit still long enough to breathe. You watch one woman stare quietly westward beyond the wagons, while sewing torn fabric beneath fading sunlight. Her hands move automatically from long practice. The frontier often celebrates dramatic moments, gunfights, stampedes, gold discoveries. But most Western lives unfold through repeated ordinary labor carried patiently across difficult years. Scholars bicker over whether modern frontier mythology undervalues domestic work because it lacks obvious spectacle despite being absolutely essential to settlement survival. Tonight the answer feels obvious. No wagon train reaches the frontier without women holding entire worlds together, one meal, one bandage, one repaired shirt at a time. Darkness settles slowly across the plains. Campfires flicker beneath the stars while children drift toward sleep, wrapped in dusty blankets. The prairie wind smells faintly of sagebrush and smoke again, and beside the wagons, while coyotes sing somewhere far beyond the firelight, tired hands continue quietly mending the frontier together long after sunset. The prairie looks soft from a distance. That illusion disappears the moment you try building a house from it. You arrive at the homestead claim late in the afternoon, after weeks of travel across open plains. The land stretches flat beneath a pale autumn sky, interrupted only by tall grass, scattered wildflowers, and a creek winding quietly through the distance. No forests wait nearby, no sawmills, no neat piles of lumber conveniently arranged for ambitious settlers. Just earth, lots of earth. Records confirm many homesteaders on the Great Plains struggled immediately with one practical problem. Trees were scarce across large portions of the prairie, which meant traditional log cabins became difficult or impossible to construct. So frontier families adapted using the one building material available everywhere beneath their boots: dirt. You stand beside the wagon while several settlers begin cutting thick blocks of sod from the prairie, using heavy plows and long knives. The grass roots hold the soil together tightly, creating rough natural bricks dense enough for walls. The process looks exhausting because it is exhausting. Each sod block weighs heavily in your arms. Damp soil crumbles against your sleeves, while insects scatter from the roots. The prairie itself smells rich and earthy, once cut open like wet grass, mixed with dark river mud. One curious footnote from Frontier Diaries involves how shocked Eastern settlers often became after moving into sod houses for the first time. Newspaper illustrations back east rarely captured the reality properly. People imagined rustic cottages. What they received smelled faintly of rain-soaked farmland, permanent agricultural living with atmospheric notes of basement. Still, a house is a house. The walls rise slowly over several days. Layer after layer of sod stacked carefully atop one another until the structure finally resembles a small square shelter crouched against the endless plains. The roof uses poles covered with branches, grass, and packed earth. You step inside for the first time near sunset. The room feels dim and cool. Light slips weakly through tiny windows, while the packed dirt floor crunches beneath your boots. The walls smell of fresh-cut roots and damp soil. Oddly peaceful, until a beetle crawls casually out of the ceiling. Frontier architecture remains deeply connected to wildlife. Records confirm sod houses provided surprising insulation against both summer heat and winter cold once properly built. Some families even preferred them to poorly constructed wooden cabins. Others spent years complaining about leaking roofs, snakes inside walls, or insects falling from ceilings during storms. All complaints appear historically reasonable. You unpack supplies carefully, into the tiny interior space. Flour sacks beside the stove, blankets folded against one wall, lantern hooks hammered into wooden beams overhead. Every possession suddenly feels more important once surrounded by emptiness. Outside, prairie wind rustles softly through the tall grass around the homestead. The sound never fully stops. At first, the constant wind unsettles you. Later, its absence will. One scandalous, aside from frontier memoirs, tells of settlers occasionally decorating sod house interiors with wallpaper cut directly from old newspapers or catalog pages because the rooms felt emotionally incomplete otherwise. Imagine eating supper while advertisements for patent medicines stare thoughtfully across the walls. Human beings insist upon decoration even inside dirt rectangles. The first rainstorm arrives 3 nights later. You wake suddenly to dripping water landing directly onto your blanket. Another drop strikes your forehead. Then another. Outside, thunder rolls across the plains while rain hammers against the sod roof overhead. Mud begins sliding slowly down one interior wall. Somewhere inside the house, a child starts crying while another voice mutters deeply unprintable frontier opinions about architecture. The roof leaks everywhere. Records confirm sod house roofs frequently developed serious problems during storms, if not properly packed or reinforced. Water seeped through ceilings, dirt crumbled into beds. Entire corners occasionally collapsed after heavy rains. The frontier enjoys testing optimism structurally. You spend half the night repositioning buckets beneath leaks while lightning flashes through the tiny windows. Wet soil smells stronger now inside the house, rich and heavy beneath the scent of smoke from the struggling stove fire. By morning, the storm finally passes. Sunlight spreads across soaked prairie grass outside, while the homestead itself resembles a tired, muddy cake left in bad weather. Yet somehow it still stands. Historians still argue whether homesteading on the Great Plains represented genuine opportunity for ordinary families, or whether government policies encourage settlement in regions too environmentally difficult for long-term success without enormous hardship. Standing ankle-deep in roof mud at sunrise certainly complicates the romantic version. Still, work continues. Frontier life always continues. You help repair the damaged roof beneath crisp autumn air, while meadowlarks sing somewhere across the prairie. Smoke rises from neighboring sod houses scattered far apart across the plains. Tiny islands of human determination surrounded by enormous grasslands. The isolation feels startling. Back east, towns cluster closely together. Here, neighbors may live miles apart. Social visits require planning, weather cooperation, and horses willing to participate. One woman from a nearby homestead arrives carrying fresh bread as a welcome gift. You nearly become emotional at the smell alone. Real bread, soft bread, not trail biscuits capable of surviving artillery fire. Records confirm frontier neighbors depended heavily upon mutual assistance despite the distances separating homesteads. Barn raisings, shared harvests, medical help, child care. Isolation encouraged cooperation because emergencies rarely respected property lines. As evening settles over the prairie, the repaired sod house glows warmly from lantern light spilling through its small windows. Supper simmers on the stove while cold wind brushes softly against the thick earthen walls outside. You sit quietly at the rough wooden table, listening to the prairie sounds drifting through the darkness. Wind, crickets, distant cattle, the faint creak of the roof settling overhead. The house still smells slightly of wet dirt. Honestly, it probably always will. Yet beneath the patched roof and smoky lantern glow, something important has changed. The frontier no longer feels temporary. The wagon wheels have stopped turning. The prairie itself has become home now, strange and difficult, and stubbornly alive beneath the endless western sky. And tonight, inside a house built directly from the earth beneath your feet, you begin learning how deeply human beings can adapt once there is nowhere left to retreat. Winter arrives quietly at first. One morning, the prairie grass glitters silver beneath frost. Your breath hangs pale in the air, while the creek near the homestead develops thin sheets of ice along its edges. The wind sharpens. Birds disappear gradually from the fields. Then one evening the sky turns white, and stays white. You stand outside the sod house, watching snow sweep across the plains in long twisting ribbons beneath the darkening afternoon light. The air smells painfully cold, clean enough to sting inside your lungs. Somewhere beyond the swirling snow, cattle bawl nervously near the barn enclosure. The frontier in winter feels entirely different from the warm grasslands you crossed months earlier. Smaller, somehow, harsher, more silent. Records confirm Great Plains winters shocked many settlers unprepared for the severity of western weather. Temperatures plunged suddenly. Blizzards arrived with terrifying speed. Entire homesteads vanished beneath drifting snow within hours. The prairie never fully stops testing people. You pull your coat tighter while helping secure the barn doors against the strengthening wind. Snow already gathers in thick ridges against the sod walls. Your gloves feel stiff with ice. Nearby, a horse stamps anxiously inside the shelter while steam rises from its nostrils. One curious footnote from Frontier Diaries involves how quickly ordinary household chores became dangerous during prairie winters. Fetching water, feeding animals, walking to neighboring homesteads. Simple tasks turned into survival calculations once storms arrived. Inside the sod house, the stove glows warmly against the growing darkness. The room smells of smoke, damp wool coffee, and drying boots arranged carefully near the fire. Frost forms delicate white patterns around the edges of the windows. You sit near the stove listening to wind scrape across the roof overhead. At first the sound resembles distant ocean waves. Later it begins sounding like something alive. The blizzard strikes fully during the night. You wake suddenly to violent wind hammering against the house, hard enough to shake dirt loose from the ceiling beams. Snow blasts across the tiny windows so thickly that the outside world disappears entirely. The storm roars continuously. No pauses, no silence. Just endless white wind sweeping across the plains. A child nearby begins crying softly while someone adds more wood to the stove. Sparks jump upward through the dim room. Shadows flicker against the sod walls. Records confirm prairie blizzards could become deadly with astonishing speed. Whiteout conditions erase trails and landmarks completely. Travelers froze only yards from shelter after losing direction in blowing snow. The prairie in winter does not negotiate. You step briefly outside near dawn because one of the cattle failed to return to the enclosure before the storm intensified. The cold strikes instantly. Your face burns. Snow lashes against your coat sideways beneath screaming wind. Visibility shrinks to only a few feet beyond the house. The entire world becomes swirling white chaos. Even sound changes strangely in blizzards. Muffled nearby, violent farther away. You can barely see the barn through the storm, despite standing almost beside it. Snowdrifts rise waist-deep already along the fence line. Somewhere in the white darkness, cattle continue lowing anxiously. One scandalous, aside from frontier memoirs, tells of settlers occasionally tying ropes between houses and barns during severe winters so people could navigate safely through blinding storms without becoming lost only steps from shelter. Honestly, that feels less scandalous and more deeply sensible right now. You find the missing cow huddled against a fence nearly buried in drifting snow. Its eyelashes sparkle white with ice. The animal refuses moving at first, until several desperate shouts and considerable pushing finally convince it civilization remains preferable to freezing dramatically in a field. Back inside the sod house, warmth returns slowly and painfully to your fingers beside the stove. The room feels crowded now. Lantern light, steaming coats hanging from hooks, children wrapped in blankets, coffee simmering endlessly because frontier survival apparently requires caffeine at all times. Outside, the storm continues raging across the plains. Historians still argue whether psychological isolation during prairie winters proved as difficult for homesteaders as the physical hardships themselves. Weeks of snowbound confinement, strained tempers, increased loneliness, and intensified the emotional weight of frontier life. Cabin fever becomes very literal inside a sod house. By the second day of the storm, conversations shorten noticeably. Everyone feels tired. The roof creaks ominously whenever wind gusts strike from the north. Snow blocks part of the doorway entirely. The air inside smells increasingly human. Smoke, wet wool, cooking grease, boots drying too slowly beside the stove. One little boy begins throwing bits of bread into the fire out of boredom until his mother stops him with the exhausted authority unique to frontier parenting. A curious silence falls late that evening. The wind finally weakens, not stopping completely, just softening. You open the door carefully the next morning. The prairie has vanished, or rather, it has transformed into something almost unrecognizable. Snow covers everything. Fences disappear beneath drifts. Wagon wheels become white mounds. The creek lies frozen solid beneath glittering ice. Sunlight blazes painfully bright across endless snowfields stretching toward the horizon. The silence feels enormous after 2 days of storm noise. Records confirm settlers often emerged after major blizzards to discover livestock frozen in fields, buildings damaged, or entire landmarks erased beneath drifting snow. Yet survival itself felt miraculous enough that many simply continued rebuilding immediately. The frontier rewards persistence more than comfort. Neighbors begin appearing slowly across the plains by afternoon, bundled heavily against the cold while checking on nearby homesteads. One man arrives carrying firewood. Another helps dig paths through the drifts. Community matters more during winter. Scholars bicker over whether frontier mythology later exaggerated rugged individualism while overlooking how dependent settlers truly were upon mutual support networks during harsh seasons. Looking across the frozen prairie now, the answer feels obvious. No one survives alone out here for very long. As sunset spreads pale pink light across the snow-covered plains, smoke rises quietly from distant sod houses beneath the cold evening sky. Inside your own shelter, supper cooks slowly beside the stove, while frost creeps once again along the windows. The wind still moves softly outside, always moving. But tonight, the house stands warm against the frozen darkness, and the prairie rests silent beneath snow deep enough to bury roads, memories, and nearly the entire world beyond the frontier horizon. When the snow finally begins melting, the prairie turns briefly into soup. Mud swallows wagon wheels. Boots disappear ankle-deep near the creek. Chickens wander around the homestead, looking personally offended by the entire season. Yet beneath the thawing earth, spring pushes steadily upward again across the plains, and with spring comes children. More specifically, the realization that frontier children require something besides chores and accidental weather survival. You ride several miles one chilly morning toward a newly built schoolhouse standing alone beside the prairie trail. The building appears small against the endless grasslands, little more than rough wooden walls, a narrow porch, and a stovepipe sticking into the bright sky. Still, it matters enormously. Records confirm one-room schools spread rapidly across frontier settlements during the 19th century. Families viewed education as essential even in isolated territories where survival already demanded exhausting labor. Reading, arithmetic, writing, and basic history traveled west alongside plows and rifles. Civilization insists upon homework eventually. The wind smells fresh today, carrying hints of damp soil, wood smoke, and early wildflowers emerging beside the creek banks. Meadowlarks sing from fence posts, while horses snort clouds into the cool morning air. Children arrive gradually from scattered homesteads across the prairie. Some ride horses, some walk miles through mud. One little boy arrives barefoot because spring apparently outran his family's shoe budget. The schoolhouse door creaks loudly as everyone crowds inside. Warmth from the iron stove spreads through the room, along with the smells of chalk dust, wet coats, muddy boots, and pine wood freshly cut for desks. The classroom itself feels wonderfully improvised. Older boys sit beside tiny children barely able to hold pencils correctly. Maps hang crookedly against rough walls. A shelf of worn books leans dangerously sideways near the teacher's desk. One curious footnote from Frontier Education records reveals some one-room schools taught students ranging from 5 years old to nearly grown adults within the same classroom. Teachers balanced astonishingly different skill levels simultaneously. Frontier multitasking again proves heroic. The teacher herself looks younger than expected. Tired, too. Yet her voice carries calm authority while she organizes the room with practiced efficiency. Readers on the left, arithmetic on the right, and no wrestling indoors today. Apparently, experience shaped that final rule. You sit quietly near the back wall, observing while lessons begin. Younger children stumble through alphabet exercises while older students copy geography maps onto slates. The scratching sound of chalk fills the room beneath the steady crackling of the stove. Outside, prairie wind brushes softly against the building. Inside, civilization attempts structure. Records confirm frontier teachers often earned very little money despite carrying enormous responsibility within isolated communities. Many boarded with local families, traveled difficult distances, and managed classrooms entirely alone under harsh conditions. And still they taught grammar to children wearing boots covered in barn mud. Historians still argue whether frontier schools successfully created social stability across rapidly expanding Western settlements, or whether educational quality varied too wildly between isolated communities. Honestly, both seem true. At midday, the children spill outside for lunch and recess. The prairie immediately transforms into chaos. Snowballs left over from winter drifts become weapons. Sticks become swords. A barrel somehow becomes a horse. One little girl calmly reads beside the fence while total frontier warfare unfolds around her. Reasonable priorities. You share coffee with the teacher near the porch steps while children race through the muddy grass nearby. The coffee tastes burnt enough to qualify as educational material itself. She tells you about the challenges of frontier teaching: cold winters, leaking roofs, students disappearing during harvest season because farms require labor, textbooks arriving months late if they arrive at all. One scandalous, aside from Western school records, tells of teachers occasionally being judged by communities according to wildly unrelated standards, including piano skills, church attendance, or ability to survive prairie storms without excessive complaining. Frontier hiring practices remain flexible. Back inside afternoon lessons resume more slowly because several students now smell strongly of mud and spring sunshine. The teacher reads aloud from a history book, while children listen with varying levels of attention. One boy near the window appears deeply committed to observing clouds instead. A future philosopher, perhaps. Records confirm literacy rates across many frontier communities rose surprisingly quickly despite isolation and hardship. Settlers believed education represented permanence. A schoolhouse meant the settlement intended staying. You glance around the little room again. Cracked slates, worn boots drying near the stove, tiny hands gripping pencils carefully. The frontier often looks temporary from the outside. Wagons, tents, muddy trails disappearing westward. Yet inside this rough wooden schoolhouse, something permanent quietly grows. Routine, expectation. The belief that children deserve futures larger than survival alone. Scholars bicker over whether frontier schools primarily spread opportunity or enforced Eastern cultural values across diverse Western territories. The debate lingers because education itself always carries both liberation and pressure together. Still watching a little girl carefully sound out words beside the stove, while prairie wind rattles the windows, the simpler truth feels harder to ignore. People build schools because they imagine tomorrow existing. By late afternoon, the classroom empties gradually back into the open plains. Children ride away beneath enormous skies toward distant homesteads scattered across the prairie. The teacher sweeps dirt from the floor, while sunset light turns the windows gold. Outside, frogs croak softly from the thawing creek. Smoke rises from faraway chimneys. The prairie smells alive again after the long winter. You mount your horse for the ride home, while the tiny schoolhouse settles quietly into evening behind you. Its windows glow warmly against the enormous grasslands, a fragile little island of arithmetic spelling muddy boots and stubborn hope, standing alone beneath the frontier sky. And as darkness slowly gathers across the plains, you realize the West is no longer simply being crossed. It is being built one lesson at a time. The first railroad whistle sounds almost unreal. You hear it faintly one warm afternoon while repairing a fence near the homestead. At first, the noise seems distant enough to mistake for wind moving strangely across the plains. Then it comes again, long, sharp, mechanical. Nothing in nature sounds like that. You straighten slowly, hammer still in hand, while cattle lift their heads uneasily across the field. Even the prairie wind seems to pause for a moment. The railroad is coming west. Records confirm the expansion of railroads transformed the American frontier more rapidly than almost any other development during the 19th century. Towns exploded into existence beside tracks. Travel times collapsed. Goods people mail and news suddenly crossed enormous distances with astonishing speed. The frontier itself begins shrinking once railroads arrive. You ride toward the growing settlement near the tracks several days later beneath a bright blue sky streaked with high clouds. The prairie already feels different long before you reach town. More wagons crowd the roads. Survey markers stand hammered into the earth. Telegraph poles march westward beside the tracks like strange wooden soldiers. Civilization now travels in straight lines. The new railroad town smells of fresh lumber, coal smoke, horse manure, and hot iron baking beneath the sun. Hammering echoes constantly between half-finished buildings, while workers swarm across the muddy streets carrying boards, tools, barrels, and rails. Everything feels temporary and permanent at once. One curious footnote from railroad history involves how quickly frontier towns reorganized themselves around train schedules. Entire local economies shifted according to arrival times, freight deliveries, and passenger traffic. People began measuring life by whistles rather than seasons. The locomotive itself waits near the station platform, massive and black against the prairie sky. Steam hisses softly from beneath iron wheels, while coal smoke drifts overhead, carrying a harsh metallic smell unlike anything else on the frontier. You step closer carefully. The machine radiates heat, noise, power. Honestly, it looks slightly offended by horses. Children gather nearby, staring at the engine with expressions usually reserved for mythical creatures. One little boy asks whether it eats coal like soup. In a way, yes. Records confirm early locomotives fascinated and frightened many frontier settlers unused to industrial machinery. Livestock panicked at whistles. Some travelers complained the speed felt unnatural. Others immediately recognized the railroad would change Western life forever. The train whistle blows again suddenly. Several horses attempt emotional resignation from reality. A conductor climbs down from the locomotive while passengers begin unloading from rail cars farther back along the platform. Women in Eastern dresses step awkwardly through mud beside exhausted immigrants carrying trunks and bundles. Merchants shout advertisements from nearby storefronts. Everything moves faster here than older frontier towns. Faster conversations, faster business, faster change. One scandalous aside from Western newspapers tells of certain railroad companies aggressively exaggerating the quality of nearby farmland in promotional pamphlets to attract settlers westward. Apparently, frontier optimism remained profitable even when printed professionally. Inside the general store beside the station shelves overflow with goods unimaginable during the early wagon trail days. Canned peaches, factory-made clothing, glass lamps, sewing machines, even fresh newspapers, only days old from eastern cities. The frontier suddenly feels connected. You unfold one newspaper carefully beside the counter and stare at headlines from places thousands of miles away. Elections, stock markets, theater performances in New York. The world no longer arrives months late by wagon. Historians still argue whether railroads truly benefited ordinary settlers equally or primarily, enriched wealthy industrialists and land speculators, while transforming Western communities on unequal terms. The debate echoes everywhere in town. Farmers praise easier transportation for crops. Shopkeepers celebrate reliable deliveries. Cowboys mutter darkly that barbed wire and railroads are ruining the open range. The frontier enters its argumentative phase. Outside near the depot, Labor crews continue laying fresh track westward across the plains. Iron rails gleam beneath the afternoon sunlight, while workers swing heavy hammers rhythmically against spikes. Clang! 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 The sound carries far across the grasslands. Records confirm railroad construction demanded brutal labor under dangerous conditions. Workers faced heat, cold accidents, exhaustion, explosions, and constant pressure to expand tracks rapidly across difficult terrain. Entire camps moved westward with the advancing rail lines. The railroad appears inevitable once it starts moving. You notice how the town already rearranges itself around the station. Hotels cluster nearby. Warehouses rise beside loading platforms. Saloons multiply enthusiastically within whistle distance. Frontier priorities remain remarkably consistent. A merchant standing outside his store grins broadly while watching another train arrive near sunset. Used to take months getting supplies, he says. Now I can order furniture from Chicago. Furniture from Chicago. Only a few years earlier, people abandoned furniture beside wagon trails because carrying it west seemed impossible. The speed of change feels dizzying. One curious silence settles over the prairie after the evening train departs. Smoke drifts low across the tracks, while fading sunlight turns the rails copper red. The locomotive shrinks westward into the distance, trailing steam behind it like a moving storm cloud. Then only the empty tracks remain stretching toward the horizon. Scholars bicker over whether the railroad destroyed the frontier or fulfilled it. Some view the rails as symbols of progress, connecting isolated communities to national markets and communication. Others argue the railroad ended an older Western world built around open spaces, slow travel, and rough independence. Standing beside the tracks at dusk, you understand both feelings simultaneously. The prairie itself remains enormous. Wind still moves through the grass. Stars still emerge overhead one by one. Yet something irreversible has happened. Distance no longer protects isolation. The railroad carries the eastern world westward now in iron steam schedules and noise, and beneath the growing twilight, while telegraph wires hum softly beside the tracks, the old frontier begins fading quietly into something faster, louder, and far less lonely than before. The doctor arrives after midnight, carrying a leather bag that looks older than some frontier towns. You hear the horse first, outside the homestead, hooves crunching across frozen ground beneath a cold spring rain. Then comes hurried knocking against the door, while lantern light flickers through the windows. Inside, the entire house already smells of fever. Boiled water, sweat, wet blankets, fear. Records confirm frontier doctors traveled enormous distances under brutal conditions throughout the 19th century, often serving scattered communities with limited supplies and little assistance. Many rode alone for miles through storms, snow floods, or darkness simply because no one else existed nearby to help. The frontier rarely offers convenient health care. You open the door quickly while cold rain blows into the room behind the doctor. Water drips steadily from his coat and hat brim. His face looks exhausted beneath several days of beard growth, yet his eyes remain sharp as he steps inside. Where's the patient? Straight to business. No dramatic speeches. The sick child lies near the stove wrapped in quilts, while worried family members crowd the room. The little boy's breathing sounds shallow beneath the crackling firewood. His mother grips a damp cloth tightly between trembling hands. The doctor kneels immediately beside the bedroll and begins unpacking his supplies onto a nearby chair. bandages, small glass bottles, metal instruments, a flask that may contain medicine or emotional support whiskey, possibly both. One curious footnote from frontier medical records reveals many 19th century doctors carried surprisingly portable practices because travel conditions demanded efficiency. Their bags became moving pharmacies, surgical kits, and emergency hospitals combined into a few worn leather compartments. The doctor checks the boy's pulse carefully while rain rattles softly against the sod roof overhead. Lantern shadows shift across the room. Steam rises from a kettle near the stove, carrying the faint smell of herbs and damp wool. Outside, prairie wind hums low through the darkness. Inside, everyone watches the doctor's face for clues. Records confirm frontier medicine operated within severe limitations before modern antibiotics, advanced sanitation, or reliable scientific treatments became widespread. Doctors relied upon observation, practical experience, home remedies, and sometimes alarming confidence. Historians still argue whether frontier physicians deserve admiration for working under impossible circumstances or criticism for treatments that occasionally caused additional harm. Honestly, both may apply. The doctor mixes powder carefully into a spoonful of water while the child's mother whispers anxious questions beside him. Will he recover? The doctor pauses slightly before answering. I've seen worse. Frontier reassurance tends toward realism. You notice his hands while he works. Steady, precise, deeply tired. One scandalous aside from Western newspapers tells of certain frontier doctors developing reputations based less upon medical success and more upon surviving enough patients to continue practicing. Medical licensing remained inconsistent across much of the frontier. Apparently, confidence plus transportation sometimes qualified as health care. The rain intensifies toward dawn. Water drips steadily from the roof into buckets arranged around the room. The doctor finally accepts a cup of coffee after refusing politely 3 separate times. He drinks it without complaint, despite the coffee being strong enough to polish metal. Frontier medicine again. While the child sleeps fitfully near the stove, the doctor begins telling stories from the trail. Snowstorms in the mountains, delivering babies inside wagons during thunderstorms, pulling teeth beside campfires while cowboys attempted bravery and mostly achieved screaming. Medical history becomes surprisingly vivid on the frontier. Records confirm many doctors served broader social roles within isolated communities beyond treating illness. They delivered mail, carried news, settled disputes, comforted grieving families, and sometimes doubled as unofficial counselors in lonely settlements scattered across enormous distances. People trust anyone carrying medicine through blizzards eventually. By morning, the rain finally weakens into soft drizzle against the prairie. Mist hangs low across the grasslands outside, while smoke rises quietly from distant homesteads. The child's fever eases slightly, not cured, but calmer. Relief spreads gently through the room, like warmth returning after winter cold. The doctor leans back heavily in his chair for the first time all night. His boots remain coated with mud from miles of riding through darkness. You ask him how many families he serves across the territory. Depends who's sick, he says. Fair answer? One curious silence settles briefly inside the house, while everyone listens to the little boy breathing more steadily now beneath the quilts. The stove crackles softly nearby. Coffee steams from chipped cups. Rainwater drips rhythmically outside the doorway. The frontier often compresses human emotion into tiny rooms. Fear, hope, Exhaustion, all gathered together beneath lantern light and leaking roofs. Scholars bicker over whether frontier communities romanticized self-reliance too heavily, despite how dependent settlers actually remained upon fragile networks of mutual aid, including overworked doctors traveling impossible distances. The doctor standing beside the stove certainly looks less like a rugged legend and more like a very tired man trying his best against enormous odds, which somehow feels more heroic. Before leaving, he carefully repacks his instruments and medicine bottles into the weathered leather bag. The child's mother presses fresh bread and smoked meat into his hands, despite his protests because frontier payment systems operate partly through gratitude and food preservation. Outside, the prairie stretches gray and wet beneath the morning sky. Mud clings heavily to boots, while meadow larks sing somewhere near the creek, as though illness and worry never existed. The doctor mounts his horse slowly, wincing slightly from stiffness after the long night. Then he rides away toward another distant homestead, where someone else probably waits beside another stove, beneath another leaking roof. Records confirm frontier doctors often work themselves nearly into collapse because isolated communities depended upon too few trained physicians across enormous territories. The horse and rider shrink gradually across the rainy plains until both dissolve into the mist. And inside the quiet sod house behind you, while the child sleeps peacefully, at last beside the fading fire, the frontier itself feels briefly gentler than it did the night before. The mail arrives on Thursdays, usually, sometimes Fridays, occasionally not at all. Frontier schedules maintain a deeply philosophical relationship with certainty. You stand outside the general store near the railroad depot beneath warm summer sunlight, while half the settlement gathers nearby, pretending not to watch the road too eagerly. Wagons creak past through the dusty street. Horses swish flies lazily with their tails. Somewhere behind the blacksmith shop, hammering rings through the afternoon heat. Yet everyone keeps glancing toward the horizon, waiting. Records confirm mail delivery became emotionally essential across frontier communities, despite frequent delays and difficult travel conditions. Letters connected isolated settlers to distant families, business opportunities, newspapers, and a comforting reminder that the larger world still existed beyond the plains. Human beings tolerate loneliness poorly without paper reassurance. The stagecoach finally appears around midday, trailing dust behind it, like a small storm moving slowly across the prairie. Immediately, conversations stop. Store owners step onto porches. Children run alongside the road, shouting excitedly. The driver himself looks exhausted enough to qualify as historical scenery. Dust coats his coat-hat beard, and probably several deeper layers of soul. One curious footnote from Frontier Postal Records reveals mail carriers often faced astonishing dangers, including floods, blizzards, robberies, broken wagon wheels, hostile weather, and roads that occasionally disappeared entirely. Yet communities still complained passionately whenever letters arrived late. Civilization measures affection partly through delivery speed. The coach rattles to a stop beside the store, while passengers climb stiffly down into the heat. Then comes the important moment, the mailbag. Everyone gathers closer, while the postmaster carries it inside with exaggerated seriousness, as though transporting crown jewels instead of folded paper smelling faintly of dust and horse sweat. Honestly, out here, the letters might actually matter more than jewels. Inside the store, the air feels thick with anticipation, beneath the familiar smells of coffee beans, leather harnesses, flour sacks, tobacco, and sun-warmed wood. Shelves overflow with canned goods, lantern oil sewing needles, and small luxuries shipped westward by rail. But today nobody cares much about merchandise. The postmaster adjusts his spectacles dramatically before sorting envelopes across the counter. Frontier suspense develops slowly. Records confirm isolated settlers often waited weeks or even months for communication from Eastern relatives. News of births, deaths, marriages, political events, and financial troubles traveled at the mercy of weather distance and transportation reliability. Entire emotional lives unfolded delayed by seasons. You watch faces carefully as names get called. Some people smile immediately after opening letters. Others grow quiet. One woman presses an envelope against her chest before reading a single word. A rancher laughs aloud after discovering a newspaper clipping from Chicago describing frontier cowboys as untamed wilderness knights. He smells strongly of cattle and disappointment. One scandalous aside from frontier memoirs tells of certain lonely settlements rereading old newspapers repeatedly because fresh reading material remained scarce. Advertisements, shipping reports, even weather summaries became treasured entertainment. The human brain simply refuses boredom gracefully. Your own letter arrives folded carefully inside a worn envelope carrying familiar Eastern handwriting. The paper feels oddly fragile after months surrounded by rough frontier labor. You step outside beneath the porch shade before opening it. The breeze smells of dust horses and distant rain. Inside the letter, ordinary life continues elsewhere. A cousin married last spring. A neighbor sold his bakery. Someone complains about high prices in Boston. The details seem strangely unreal compared to prairie storms and sod houses. Records confirm many settlers experienced emotional disorientation while corresponding with Eastern relatives who could scarcely imagine frontier realities. Letters bridged distance imperfectly. How do you explain endless grasslands blizzards or building houses from dirt to someone complaining about crowded street traffic? Language struggles against scale sometimes. Nearby, several townspeople gather around a brand-new mail-order catalog spread across a barrel outside the store. The thick booklet contains illustrations of furniture dresses, clocks, farm tools, carpets, stoves, musical instruments, and other manufactured wonders shipped directly by rail. The entire frontier suddenly pauses to dream. You lean closer beside them. Fine curtains from New York, parlor chairs from Chicago, factory-made dresses, children's toys. A curious silence settles over the group while pages turn slowly in the warm breeze. Historians still argue whether mail-order companies transformed frontier life positively by reducing isolation and expanding consumer access, or whether they accelerated dependency upon Eastern industrial systems that undermined local economies. Right now, the catalog mostly inspires emotional furniture conversations. One woman stares thoughtfully at a polished dining table illustration and sighs deeply enough to suggest spiritual longing. Another points toward a piano costing more than most wagons. A piano, someone laughs. Out here? The woman shrugs calmly. Why not? Fair point, honestly. Records confirm mail-order catalogs dramatically altered Western households by making manufactured goods available in remote regions previously dependent upon local craftsmanship or limited general stores. The frontier slowly filled with Eastern products delivered by rail and post. Even isolation becomes commercialized eventually. By evening, the post office quiets again. Letters disappear into pockets, aprons, and coat linings. Newspapers circulate between neighbors. The stagecoach driver finally sleeps beneath the hotel porch after eating enough supper for 3 ordinary humans. You sit outside the homestead later that night, rereading your letter beneath lantern light, while crickets sing softly across the dark prairie. The paper smells faintly of ink and travel dust. So much distance folded into a few pages. The frontier still feels enormous beyond the fence lines and railroad tracks. Wind still moves endlessly through the grass. Coyotes still howl beneath the stars. Yet somehow, a simple envelope shrinks the continent for a little while. Scholars bicker over whether improved communication technologies truly reduced frontier loneliness or merely intensified awareness of separation from distant loved ones. Perhaps both happen together. You fold the letter carefully and tuck it inside your coat while the night air cools around the homestead. Far away, a train whistle echoes faintly across the plains, and beneath the enormous western sky, words written weeks earlier in another world settle quietly into the frontier darkness beside you. The first thing you notice about frontier gunfighters is how ordinary most of them look. No dramatic music follows them down the street. No mysterious wind lifts their coattail at meaningful moments. Usually they appear tired, dusty, sunburned, and mildly irritated by weather conditions. The legends arrive later. You stand outside the railroad hotel one warm evening, while twilight settles softly across the town. Lanterns glow behind saloon windows. Horses stamp beside hitching rails. Somewhere nearby, piano music drifts through the dusty street, accompanied by laughter and badly attempted singing. The town itself feels busy, but calm, mostly calm. Records confirm many Western towns experienced less daily violence than later dime novels and films suggested. Shootouts certainly happened, along with robberies, cattle theft, drunken fights, and occasional murders. Yet frontier communities generally preferred staying alive and conducting business peacefully whenever possible. Dead customers rarely boost local economies. Still, tension exists beneath the surface tonight. A gambler named Reeves has reportedly accused another man of cheating during a card game inside the saloon. The rumor spreads through town with astonishing speed because frontier entertainment options remain somewhat limited. People gather carefully near the porch outside the saloon, while pretending not to gather carefully near the porch outside the saloon. Frontier curiosity remains subtle only in theory. You lean against a wooden post, listening to fragments of conversation drift through the crowd. He pulled a second ace. No, Reeves was drunk. Reeves is always drunk. Valid historical context. One curious footnote from Western law records reveals many famous gunfighters actually spent far more time gambling, drinking, arguing, or working ordinary jobs than engaging in dramatic gun battles. The mythology of constant frontier violence grew heavily through newspapers, traveling shows, and sensational novels eager for exciting stories. Quiet bookkeeping rarely sells dime novels. The saloon doors finally swing open. 2 men emerge into the lantern light, surrounded immediately by thick silence from the watching crowd. Reeves looks furious. The other man looks exhausted by Reeves specifically. Honestly, that may be the more dangerous condition. Their hands hover near holstered revolvers, while dust swirls softly across the street beneath the warm night wind. Somewhere, a piano stops playing abruptly inside the saloon. Records confirm many frontier towns passed strict weapons ordinances despite popular modern myths. Visitors in certain Western settlements were required to surrender firearms upon arrival because local authorities preferred fewer spontaneous funerals. Apparently, civilization enjoys basic survival, A sheriff steps forward from the crowd before either man draws a weapon. He does not resemble a legendary Western lawman either. His coat needs mending, his boots look tired, and his expression suggests deep disappointment in humanity generally. "Enough," he says calmly. The word hangs quietly in the warm night air. For several long seconds nobody moves. Then Reeves spits angrily into the dust, mutters something deeply unfriendly about card players everywhere, and stomps back toward the hotel. The crowd exhales almost collectively. No shootout, no corpses, just another frontier argument dissolving into irritation and whiskey fumes. One scandalous aside from frontier newspapers tells of editors frequently exaggerating local violence intentionally because sensational stories sold far more papers back east than peaceful descriptions of agricultural trade disputes. Tonight, nothing happened, lacks dramatic momentum. The sheriff tips his hat briefly toward the remaining crowd before wandering toward the jailhouse, carrying an expression familiar to overworked adults throughout history. The expression says, "Please stop creating paperwork." Historians still argue whether the American West truly deserved its reputation for lawlessness, or whether Eastern audiences consumed exaggerated frontier mythology partly because it symbolized freedom, danger, and masculine adventure. Reality usually involved more mud and paperwork. You walk slowly toward the boarding house while town life resumes around you. Piano music restarts. Laughter returns cautiously to the saloon. Wagons rumble through the dusty street beneath lantern light. Yet the frontier does attract genuine outlaws, too. Later that week, riders arrive carrying news of a stagecoach robbery several days south near the river crossings. Two masked men reportedly stole money shipments before vanishing into the hills. Immediately the town transforms. Conversations sharpen. The sheriff organizes a posse. Half the local men suddenly begin walking more dramatically. Records confirm robberies and cattle theft created serious problems across certain frontier regions, where vast distances and limited law enforcement complicated investigations enormously. Criminals exploited isolation effectively. So did rumor. One curious silence settles over town the morning after the robbery news spreads. Shopkeepers watch strangers more carefully. Travelers arriving by rail receive suspicious glances. Even ordinary noises seem louder somehow beneath the tension. You stop near the blacksmith shop, where several ranchers debate whether the robbers belong to an organized gang or simply desperate drifters. Probably both, one man mutters. Fair frontier analysis. The posse rides out at dawn beneath a pale orange sky, horses kicking dust behind them, while townspeople gather quietly along the street. Rifles glint in the early sunlight. Coffee steams from tin cups clutched in tired hands. The scene almost resembles the dramatic Western paintings future generations will admire. Except one deputy sneezes repeatedly, because prairie pollen apparently ignores cinematic timing. Scholars bicker over whether frontier justice systems represented admirable local self-reliance or dangerously inconsistent law enforcement shaped by prejudice, rumor, and uneven legal standards. Again, the frontier refuses simple answers. Some sheriffs genuinely protected communities. Others abused power badly. Some posses caught criminals. Others chased innocent people across the plains, based upon suspicion alone. Human nature traveled west very efficiently. That evening, the posse returns empty-handed beneath fading sunset light. Dust covers both horses and riders. Nobody speaks much while the sheriff dismounts slowly beside the jailhouse. The robbers remain somewhere beyond the hills. The town remains uneasy, and life continues anyway. Because most frontier communities spend far more time surviving weather-building homes, raising children, hauling freight, and arguing over fences than exchanging gunfire in dusty streets. Yet the stories persist, the legends grow. Under lantern light and prairie stars, ordinary moments slowly become frontier mythology. And somewhere tonight, beneath the enormous western sky, another tired sheriff walks slowly home through the dust, wishing people would simply stop shooting at each other long enough for him to finish supper peacefully. The prairie soil fights back. That becomes clear almost immediately the first time you try breaking ground for spring planting beneath the wide western sky. The earth looks soft enough from a distance, especially after rain darkens the grasslands into rich shades of green and brown. Then the plow blade strikes the roots. Suddenly, the prairie feels less like farmland and more like an ancient woven carpet, determined to remain attached to the continent forever. You lean heavily against the plow handles while oxen strain forward through the field. Sweat gathers beneath your collar despite the cool morning air. Thick grass roots cling stubbornly to the earth beneath each pass. Records confirm Great Plains sod proved notoriously difficult for homesteaders to cultivate because native prairie grasses developed deep, complex root systems over centuries. Early farmers often underestimated how physically demanding it would be to transform wild grasslands into crop fields. The prairie does not surrender politely. The wind moves steadily across the open land, carrying smells of damp soil, crushed grass, horse sweat, and distant wood smoke from neighboring homesteads. Meadowlarks call from fence posts while insects buzz lazily above the warming earth. Spring on the frontier feels hopeful, also exhausting. You pause beside the field, wiping dirt from your hands, while the oxen breathe heavily near the plow. The freshly turned earth smells rich and alive beneath the sunlight. One curious footnote from Homesteader Diaries involves how emotionally significant successful planting became for frontier families. Crops represented more than food. They symbolized permanence, stability, proof that human beings might actually survive here longer than a single difficult season. The frontier measures optimism in bushels. A neighboring farmer rides over shortly before noon, carrying fence posts across his wagon. He studies your uneven furrows thoughtfully before nodding once. "Looks terrible," he says calmly. Then after a pause, "Mine too." Frontier friendship often begins through shared suffering. Records confirm many homesteaders failed within their first years on the plains due to drought, debt isolation, insects, storms, crop failures, or simple exhaustion. Yet thousands kept trying despite enormous odds because Western land ownership promised possibilities unavailable elsewhere. Land itself becomes addictive. You continue plowing through the afternoon beneath a bright, endless sky. Birds circle overhead, hunting in apples stirred from the soil. Your boots grow heavier with mud after crossing low, damp areas near the creek. Everything aches eventually. Back, shoulders, hands. Even thoughts feel tired after enough hours behind a plow. One scandalous aside from frontier memoirs tells of certain Eastern gentlemen abandoning farming dreams almost immediately after discovering actual agricultural labor involved sweat blisters and very little philosophical contemplation beneath sunsets. Agriculture has always maintained suspicious hostility toward romantic imagination. By late afternoon, the field finally begins resembling farmland rather than untouched prairie. Furrows stretch dark across the earth, while seed sacks wait beside the fence line. Corn this season. Maybe wheat next year, if rainfall cooperates. The phrase, if rainfall cooperates, becomes central to frontier agriculture very quickly. Historians still argue whether government land policies encourage too much settlement across environmentally fragile regions of the plains, where farming remained difficult without modern irrigation techniques. Standing in a half-plowed field, staring nervously at the sky, certainly supports that argument some days. Planting begins the following morning. You walk steadily along the rows, scattering seed into fresh soil, while wind ripples softly through the remaining prairie grass beyond the fields. The motion becomes almost meditative after several hours. Step, scatter, step, scatter. The future disappears into dirt one handful at a time. Nearby children help awkwardly with smaller tasks, carrying water, chasing chickens away from seed sacks, accidentally stepping directly across newly planted rows despite explicit instructions. Frontier childhood encourages practical education through repeated mistakes. Records confirm frontier farm families relied heavily upon child labor simply because survival demanded every available pair of hands. Children milked cows, gathered eggs, planted crops, hauled water-chopped wood, and learned responsibility frighteningly early by modern standards. A little girl near the fence proudly announces she can already identify 3 different kinds of weeds. The frontier creates unusual talents. Clouds begin gathering westward toward evening, darker now, heavy with possible rain. Every farmer across the plains notices immediately. Rain means life. Too much rain means disaster. Too little rain means worse disaster. Frontier agriculture resembles a long, emotional negotiation with weather. You stand near the porch after supper watching lightning flicker faintly along the horizon. The air smells electric now, beneath the scent of fresh soil and grass. One older homesteader visiting from nearby leans against the fence beside you. Think it'll rain, you ask? He squints toward the clouds thoughtfully. Probably, he says. Then after another pause, or maybe not, decades of prairie wisdom distilled into one deeply unhelpful forecast. The storm finally arrives after midnight. Rain drums heavily against the sod roof, while water pours from the gutters into muddy puddles around the homestead. Thunder rolls across the plains in long, low echoes. You lie awake listening, not afraid, hopeful, because every drop sinking into the fields outside means crops might rise from the earth soon. Records confirm successful harvests transformed frontier communities emotionally as much as economically. Good crops meant survival through winter debt repayment, community growth, and proof the land could sustain permanent settlement. Bad harvests meant entirely different conversations. Scholars bicker over whether frontier farming represented admirable perseverance or dangerous environmental overconfidence in regions poorly suited for intensive agriculture. The rain keeps falling steadily through the darkness, while the prairie drinks deeply beneath the storm. And inside the quiet homestead, surrounded by muddy boots, seed catalogs, damp coats, and the smell of wet earth drifting softly through the windows, you begin understanding how frontier life slowly ties human hope directly to the unpredictable moods of the land itself. By dawn, the storm finally passes. Sunlight spreads golden across the soaked fields, and somewhere beneath the dark prairie soil tomorrow has already started growing. The church arrives long before the building does. At first, worship happens wherever people can gather without freezing. Inside sod houses, barn lofts, schoolrooms smelling faintly of chalk and muddy boots, sometimes directly beneath the open prairie sky, while wind ripples through tall grass around the congregation. The frontier adapts religion the same way it adapts everything else. Practical first, elegant later. You ride toward the settlement one Sunday morning beneath clear spring sunlight. The prairie stretches green and bright after recent rains, while meadowlarks sing from fence posts beside the road. Dust rises softly beneath the horses' hooves. Ahead, smoke curls lazily upward from scattered chimneys near town. Church bells do not exist here yet. Instead, a farmer standing outside the schoolhouse rings an iron triangle with a hammer. Civilization improvises enthusiastically on the frontier. Records confirm religious gatherings played major social roles across Western communities beyond spiritual practice alone. Churches organized schools, charity efforts, political meetings, weddings, funerals, and countless opportunities for isolated settlers to gather together after long weeks of labor. Loneliness attends church regularly on the frontier. The schoolhouse already fills with families when you arrive. Women smooth children's hair beside the doorway. Men dust mud from boots before entering. Someone has arranged wildflowers in glass jars near the windows, their sweet scent mixing pleasantly with lamp oil, pine wood, and fresh bread cooling beneath cloth coverings at the back of the room. The atmosphere feels warm, human. A curious footnote from frontier records reveals traveling ministers often covered enormous territories on horseback, visiting isolated settlements according to rotating schedules. Some preached in multiple towns each month, separated by dangerous roads, storms, and rivers. Religion apparently required impressive stamina. You settle onto a rough wooden bench, while sunlight spills through the windows across crowded faces. Babies fuss softly. Boots creak against the floorboards. Somewhere outside, a horse snorts impatiently beside the hitching rail. Then the preacher arrives. He looks less like a dramatic prophet and more like an exhausted school teacher who lost an argument with weather conditions several states earlier. Dust coats his black coat. His Bible appears water-damaged. One suspender is trying quietly to resign from active service. Records confirm frontier ministers often endured difficult living conditions similar to the settlers they served. Poor pay, dangerous travel, illness, isolation, and harsh weather shaped religious life across much of the West. Yet the preacher smiles warmly as he steps behind the little lectern. The room settles immediately. His sermon focuses partly on perseverance, partly on gratitude, partly on the dangers of excessive whiskey consumption near payday. Frontier theology remains highly practical. Outside, prairie wind brushes softly against the schoolhouse walls, while voices rise together in hymn singing. The sound feels surprisingly powerful inside the little room. Not polished, not professional, but sincere enough to vibrate faintly through the floorboards. One scandalous aside from frontier memoirs tells of certain traveling preachers becoming locally famous less for spiritual wisdom than for storytelling ability, singing talent, or willingness to tolerate community gossip during potluck dinners. Human beings enjoy entertaining holiness. After the service, nobody leaves immediately. Of course not. This is the social event of the week. Children race through the grass outside, while adults gather beneath the sunshine, exchanging news recipes, rumors, weather predictions, and highly confident farming advice unsupported by actual evidence. Frontier expertise grows rapidly during conversation. You stand near the porch, sipping coffee from a tin cup, while two ranchers debate whether this summer will bring drought. It's too green, one insists. How can it be too green? You'll see. The frontier produces deeply philosophical weather discussions. Nearby, several women organize food across long wooden tables beneath the trees. Fried chicken, biscuits, cornbread, apple preserves, actual pie. Frontier church gatherings secretly revolve around pie. Records confirm communal meals formed central traditions within many Western settlements because isolated families rarely enjoyed large social gatherings otherwise. Food created community faster than speeches. You accept a plate and sit beneath a cottonwood tree listening to conversations drift through the warm afternoon air. Someone discusses railroad expansion. Someone complains about fence disputes. Someone whispers excitedly about a possible new doctor moving west next season. Life unfolds collectively here. Historians still argue whether frontier churches primarily reinforced Eastern social values across Western territories or whether they evolved into uniquely frontier institutions shaped by local realities and hardship. Watching muddy boots lined beside hymn books inside a schoolhouse certainly suggests adaptation happened quickly. A little later, the preacher wanders over carrying coffee and lowering himself carefully onto the grass beside you. He stares across the prairie thoughtfully before speaking. "Strange thing about the frontier," he says quietly. "People come out here believing they're escaping community. Then they spend the rest of their lives rebuilding it." The sentence settles gently into the warm afternoon. Children laughing nearby, wind through the trees, distant cattle lowing beyond town. The preacher smiles faintly. Turns out humans aren't designed for solitude nearly as much as we imagine. Records confirm many frontier settlements collapsed when communities failed to organize effectively around shared labor, education, religion, or mutual aid. Survival demanded cooperation, despite the mythology of rugged independence growing elsewhere. The prairie simply asks too much from isolated people. As evening approaches, families begin drifting homeward across the grasslands beneath golden sunset light. Wagons rumble slowly along dusty trails, while smoke rises from distant homesteads scattered across the plains. The little schoolhouse empties gradually behind you. Tomorrow it becomes a classroom again. By winter, perhaps a courthouse. Maybe a dance hall later this month. Frontier buildings multitask almost as aggressively as frontier people. You ride slowly toward home, while twilight settles softly over the prairie. Crickets begin singing near the creek. The air smells of warm grass, wood smoke, and fresh-baked bread lingering pleasantly from the church supper. And beneath the enormous western sky, where isolation once seemed endless, scattered settlements now glow quietly across the plains, like small determined promises refusing to disappear into the dark. Laundry day begins before sunrise because frontier dirt operates on an industrial scale. You wake to the sound of water buckets clanking softly outside the homestead, while pale dawn light creeps across the prairie. The air smells cold and damp after overnight rain. Somewhere near the barn, chickens argue loudly about absolutely nothing important. Inside the house, piles of clothing already wait beside the door, shirts stiff with sweat and dust. Children's socks that appear to have fought small wars, trousers carrying enough prairie soil to begin independent farming operations. Records confirm laundry ranked among the most exhausting and time-consuming chores in frontier households. Before modern plumbing, soap powders, or washing machines, cleaning clothes demanded hauling water, boiling kettles, scrubbing fabric, manually, wringing garments by hand, and drying everything outdoors, regardless of weather. Civilization once depended heavily upon sore wrists. You carry heavy buckets toward the creek, while morning mist drifts low across the grasslands. Wet earth squishes beneath your boots. The creek itself moves quietly between muddy banks, lined with reeds and cottonwoods, beginning to turn green beneath spring sunlight. The water looks peaceful, deceptively peaceful, because soon you will be wrestling an entire week's worth of frontier filth beside it. One curious footnote from Pioneer Diaries reveals many settlers dreaded laundry day more than certain agricultural tasks because the work consumed enormous physical energy while producing very little visible reward beyond temporary cleanliness. The frontier always finds new ways to humble expectations. Several neighboring women arrive near the creek shortly afterward, carrying washboards, soap blocks, baskets, and expressions of resigned determination. Laundry becomes strangely communal on the frontier, partly because shared suffering improves morale, also because gossip travels more efficiently beside rivers. The first stage involves boiling water over outdoor fires. Soon, smoke curls upward through the cool morning air, carrying the sharp scent of lye soap and damp wood. Large kettles bubble beside the creek, while sleeves roll upward and scrubbing begins in earnest. The washboards sound almost musical after a while. Scrape, splash, ring. Repeat endlessly until civilization improves. Records confirm homemade frontier soap often contained harsh ingredients, including animal fat and lye, strong enough to damage skin badly after prolonged exposure. Clean clothing occasionally arrived at significant personal cost. Your hands sting within minutes. Cold creek water numbs your fingers, while rough fabric scrapes against knuckles reddened from work. Soap froth drifts lazily downstream, carrying dirt and grass stains away beneath the sunlight. Nearby, one woman holds up a child's shirt, coated in mysterious brown smears, and sighs deeply enough to suggest spiritual exhaustion. No idea, she mutters. Frontier children remain chemically adventurous. A scandalous aside from homesteader memoirs tells of certain families owning so little clothing that garments had to dry completely before evening because people literally lacked spare outfits to wear meanwhile. Imagine arguing with weather over trousers. The prairie wind strengthens by late morning, snapping wet sheets sharply against clotheslines stretched between trees. White fabric billows dramatically beneath the blue sky like surrender flags from an army defeated by dust. You scrub stubborn mud from work pants while listening to conversation drift between the creek banks. Weather predictions, crop prices, who may secretly be courting whom near town. Whether the new railroad agent truly wears perfume. Apparently, frontier scandal develops impressive range. Historians still argue whether communal domestic labor created stronger female social networks across isolated frontier communities than existed in eastern urban environments. Shared work certainly created shared conversations and shared complaints, mostly shared complaints. One older woman beside the creek calmly explains her preferred method for removing grease stains using vinegar ashes and patience. The frontier uses patience as a cleaning product regularly. Around midday, the sun climbs high enough to warm the riverbank pleasantly. Wet grass smells sweet beneath the heat now, while dragonflies hover above the water in flashes of blue and green. Lunch appears informally from baskets and cloth bundles. Bread, cold chicken, pickles, coffee poured carefully from battered tins. Laundry pauses briefly, because even the frontier acknowledges sandwiches. You sit beneath a cottonwood tree, flexing sore fingers, while damp shirts flutter overhead. Across the creek, children skip stones between chasing frogs through the mud. One little boy falls directly into shallow water after boasting confidently about balance. The prairie immediately punishes arrogance. Records confirm frontier rivers and creeks served countless practical purposes beyond washing clothes. Water for cooking, livestock, bathing, irrigation, transportation, and sometimes social gatherings, all centered around these fragile water sources. Without water, frontier settlement simply stops. The afternoon stretches onward in endless cycles of rinsing and wringing. Arms ache, backs stiffen. Soap dries your skin until even fingerprints begin reconsidering existence. Yet gradually, the piles shrink. Clean shirts replace dirty ones along the lines. Fresh blankets air beneath the sunlight. Civilization inches forward, one scrubbed sock at a time. One curious silence settles briefly across the riverbank, while everyone works beneath warm afternoon light. Only water sounds, wind in the trees, fabric snapping softly overhead. Simple sounds, hard-earned sounds. Scholars bicker over whether frontier mythology consistently undervalues domestic labor because chores like laundry appear repetitive rather than dramatic, despite being absolutely essential for hygiene, health, and daily survival. Anyone who has hand-washed frontier bedding beside freezing creek water would likely settle that debate immediately. By evening, the laundry finally finishes. Almost. There is always one remaining sock somehow. You gather dry clothing into baskets while sunset light spreads gold across the prairie. The air smells wonderfully clean now. Soap, cotton, fresh grass, wood smoke drifting faintly from distant homesteads preparing supper. Back at the house, folded clothes stack neatly beside the bed, while exhausted muscles protest every movement. Tomorrow, the frontier will make everything dirty again, of course. Dust storms remain committed to their profession. Children remain children. Mud remains emotionally available. But tonight, beneath the soft prairie twilight, the homestead feels briefly orderly. And outside the windows, while clean sheets flutter gently in the evening breeze, beneath the enormous western sky, even the frontier itself seems almost civilized for a little while. Frontier children stop being children unusually early. Not because anyone formally announces it. No ceremony happens beside the barn, where adults gather solemnly to declare congratulations, you now have responsibilities and suspiciously small boots. The change simply arrives through necessity. One morning you notice a boy barely taller than the fence posts guiding cattle toward water before sunrise, with the calm focus of a grown ranch hand. Another child chops firewood carefully beside the house, while her younger sister stirs oatmeal over the stove. The frontier does not wait for adulthood politely. Records confirm children across frontier communities performed significant labor from very young ages. Farm work, animal care, cooking assistance, hauling water, sowing, harvesting, and household chores became ordinary parts of daily survival. The prairie runs partly on tiny, exhausted humans. You step outside shortly after dawn, while cold morning air drifts across the homestead. The grass sparkles silver beneath dew. Smoke rises slowly from chimneys scattered across distant fields. Somewhere nearby, a rooster announces himself with entirely unreasonable confidence. A little girl passes carrying a water bucket nearly half her size. Need help, you ask? She shakes her head immediately. No. Pa says if I spill less water than last week, I'm improving. Frontier parenting occasionally resembles practical philosophy delivered through buckets. One curious footnote from Pioneer Diaries involves how often travelers commented on frontier children appearing unusually capable compared to Eastern expectations. Young boys rode horses confidently. Young girls managed kitchens and livestock. Many children learned adult skills early simply because there were not enough adults available for every task. The West outsourced responsibility aggressively. Still, childhood survives in fragments. You hear laughter constantly around the settlement, despite the hard work. Children race barefoot through muddy fields after storms. They invent games using sticks, barrels, rope, or absolutely nothing at all. One little boy near town claims a dead tree stump is secretly a pirate fortress, despite the prairie being extremely uncooperative toward maritime fantasy. Imagination adapts faster than geography. Records confirm frontier children often received irregular formal schooling because agricultural seasons and labor demands interrupted education constantly. Harvests mattered. Survival mattered. Winter storms mattered. Arithmetic waited patiently when necessary. You ride into town later that afternoon and find several children gathered outside the general store, staring through the window at a brand-new tin toy train recently shipped by rail from Chicago. None of them touch it. Just stare. The toy gleams brightly beneath the shop lantern, while dusty boots line the porch outside. One scandalous aside from frontier memoirs tells of children becoming emotionally attached to mail-order catalogs because they represented entire worlds of toys, books, candy, and luxuries unavailable locally. Consumer longing apparently begins early. A young boy named Eli offers to help unload feed sacks from your wagon in exchange for one peppermint stick and maybe interesting conversation. Reasonable business negotiation, honestly. He works quickly, too, strong for his age, thin as fence wire beneath oversized suspenders. While carrying sacks toward the barn, he casually mentions surviving a blizzard last winter after becoming stranded briefly with livestock during a storm. Then he asks whether Chicago really has buildings taller than churches. The frontier compresses maturity and innocence together strangely. Historians still argue whether frontier childhood built resilience through responsibility or placed unfair burdens upon young people forced into adult labor too soon. Again, the answer appears to be both. You notice how children absorb frontier realities quietly. They learn weather signs before grammar sometimes. They understand animal illness, crop failures, and dangerous storms before ever seeing an ocean or city street. One little girl identifies approaching rain faster than most adults. Another can repair harness straps better than certain grown men in town. Yet they still chase grasshoppers after supper beneath the sunset. Human beings remain wonderfully inconsistent. Toward evening, the settlement gathers for a small baseball game in an open field beyond the railroad tracks. The game itself appears loosely connected to official rules. Several children argue passionately about scoring methods entirely invented within the last 5 minutes. Frontier sports prioritize enthusiasm over regulation. Records confirm baseball spread rapidly across Western communities during the 19th century because the game required relatively little equipment while providing rare entertainment in isolated settlements. Dust rises beneath running feet while prairie wind rattles through nearby cottonwoods. Laughter drifts across the field. Someone burns hot dogs badly over a small fire nearby. One child swings wildly and accidentally releases the bat into the crowd. Everyone survives narrowly. A mother in the audience announces that frontier baseball may soon require helmets and divine intervention. The sun lowers slowly toward the horizon, while children continue shouting across the field beneath skies glowing orange and pink above the plains. For a little while, the frontier feels almost ordinary. Not endless hardship, not blizzards or cholera or exhausting labor, just families gathered together while children play beneath the evening sky. One curious silence settles later after the game ends, and darkness spreads gently across the prairie. Fireflies blink near the creek. Crickets sing through tall grass beyond the houses. You watch several children walking home, carrying glove sticks and half-eaten biscuits, while their parents follow more slowly behind. Tomorrow those same children will rise before dawn again. Feed livestock, fetch water, repair fences, carry responsibilities larger than their years. Yet tonight they still run races down dusty roads beneath the stars. Scholars bicker over whether frontier mythology romanticizes hardship too heavily by framing difficult childhood labor as character-building adventure rather than economic necessity. The children themselves probably cared less about historical debates than whether supper included pie. And as lanterns begin glowing softly across the settlement, while young voices fade gradually into the prairie darkness, the frontier settles into another quiet evening, shaped equally by hard work and stubborn, youthful joy. The mountains rise suddenly from the plains like a different world beginning. For days you follow the advancing railroad camps westward through rolling grasslands beneath endless sky. Then one cold morning, the horizon changes completely. Dark ridges climb upward against the clouds, while narrow valleys cut through stone and pine forests, scented sharply with sap and snowmelt. The air itself feels thinner here, quieter too somehow, until the blasting starts. Dynamite echoes across the mountainsides with violent cracks that send birds exploding upward from the trees. Smoke drifts through the valleys, while crews hammer, dig, and carve railroad grades directly into the wilderness. The railroad refuses compromise. Records confirm thousands of immigrant laborers, especially Chinese workers, played central roles in building Western railroads during the 19th century under extremely dangerous conditions. Yet their contributions were often minimized or ignored in popular frontier mythology for generations afterward. The mountains remember better than history books sometimes. You arrive at one of the railroad camps near dusk, beneath a sky already turning pale with approaching snow. Canvas tents cluster tightly beside rough wooden barracks built along the tracks. Smoke curls upward from cook fires, while exhausted workers move slowly through mud and scattered tools. The camp smells of coal smoke, wet earth, sweat, pine wood, and cooking rice drifting softly through the cold evening air. A curious footnote from railroad records reveals Chinese labor crews often organized remarkably efficient camp systems with cleaner cooking arrangements, structured supply networks, and lower illness rates than many other frontier work camps, despite facing brutal discrimination. Competence rarely prevents prejudice, unfortunately. You walk carefully through the muddy pathways between tents while lanterns flicker alive against the growing darkness. Men sit beside fires, mending clothing, sharpening tools, or simply staring silently into the flames after another long day in the mountains. The exhaustion here feels deeper somehow. Railroad work in the mountains consumes people. Records confirm labor crews faced avalanches, explosions, falling rock, brutal winters, tunnel collapses, accidents, and dangerous working conditions daily while pushing tracks westward through impossible terrain. One worker gestures toward the cliffs above camp, where fresh snow glows faintly beneath moonlight. "Mountain always hungry," he says quietly. "Not metaphorical, actual frontier engineering assessment." You share supper beside one of the cook fires where steam rises warmly from bowls into the freezing mountain air. The food smells comforting after months of frontier travel. Rice, vegetables, tea, real tea, not frontier coffee attempting violence against the human nervous system. One scandalous aside from Western newspapers tells of white railroad workers occasionally complaining bitterly that Chinese crews survived harsh conditions too efficiently, revealing how prejudice often twisted even obvious competence into suspicion. Human insecurity remains historically creative. The men around the fire speak softly among themselves while snow begins drifting through the camp. Some wear heavy wool coats, patched repeatedly from years of labor. Others massage swollen hands beside the flames. One worker quietly unfolds a letter from home, written in careful Chinese characters beneath the lantern light. The paper looks fragile against rough, calloused fingers, stained by blasting powder and cold iron. Distance weighs differently on immigrant communities. Records confirm many Chinese laborers sent portions of their earnings home to families across the Pacific, despite discrimination, violence, dangerous work, and restrictive laws, increasingly targeting them throughout the American West. The frontier welcomes labor faster than equality. Historians still argue whether railroad companies deliberately exploited immigrant workers through unequal treatment and dangerous assignments, or whether frontier labor conditions brutalized nearly everyone, regardless of background. Again, the answer likely overlaps. The mountains care little about ethnicity while collapsing tunnels, yet people absolutely do. The next morning, you follow several work crews higher into the pass, where fresh track winds precariously along steep cliffs above frozen ravines. Snow crunches beneath boots. Pine trees sway darkly against the pale sky. Far below, the camp shrinks into smoke and scattered lanterns. Then comes another explosion. Dynamite thunders across the canyon, while loose rock crashes downward into the snow. Echoes roll endlessly through the mountains. The workers barely pause. Danger becomes routine eventually. One curious silence settles briefly after the smoke clears. You notice several men standing carefully near ropes, suspended along the cliffside, preparing to lower themselves toward blasting positions far below. Records confirm Chinese railroad workers often handled some of the most dangerous blasting operations during mountain construction projects, including tunnels through the Sierra Nevada and other western ranges. The job requires astonishing nerve. A foreman nearby mutters impatiently about schedules and snowfall, while workers continue drilling into frozen stone with steady rhythmic hammer strikes. Clang, clang, clang! The sound echoes through the mountains like metal heartbeats. You help carry supplies back toward camp by afternoon, while snow thickens steadily overhead. The railroad grade snakes westward across the pass behind you, iron rails cutting directly through wilderness that once seemed untouchable. Civilization advances noisily. That evening, the camp gathers around fires again, while snow falls softly through the darkness beyond the lantern glow. Someone plays a mournful tune on a bamboo flute near one of the tents. The music drifts gently across the frozen valley. Beautiful, lonely, The frontier contains many kinds of homesickness. Scholars bicker over why Chinese railroad workers remained marginalized within traditional frontier narratives despite their enormous contributions to Western expansion. Some blame racism in contemporary accounts. Others point toward later myth-making that preferred simplified, heroic images of the West. History often edits inconvenient realities. You sit quietly beside the fire watching snowflakes dissolve into sparks above the camp. Around you, exhausted workers prepare for another dangerous day tomorrow in the mountains. The railroad will continue west. The frontier will keep changing. And beneath the cold stars above the snowy pass, while iron rails creep steadily across the continent, one brutal mile at a time, countless overlooked hands continue building the American West from labor, endurance, and sacrifice, history almost forgot to remember. Frontier justice begins long before anyone enters a courthouse. It starts in the way people watch each other differently after certain rumors spread across town. It starts in the way conversations quiet slightly when a stranger walks into a saloon. It starts in the way a hand rests a little closer to a pocket than it did the day before. You notice it one late afternoon in a small railroad town where dust clings to everything and the wind never seems to settle completely. Something has happened. Nobody says it directly at first. Records confirm frontier legal systems varied widely across the American West during the 19th century, often depending on how recently a town had been established and how close formal courts or law enforcement actually were. Some settlements had structured courts and appointed judges. Others relied on sheriffs, traveling magistrates, or improvised community decisions. And some relied on whoever shouted the loudest. You stand near the general store watching as conversations cluster in tight groups outside the saloon. The usual noise of daily life feels slightly sharpened, as though the air itself is waiting for something to happen. A man has been accused of stealing livestock, or maybe it was money, or both, depending on who you ask. The details shift as they travel. One curious footnote from frontier newspapers reveals how quickly stories changed as they spread across isolated communities, often becoming more dramatic with each retelling due to limited verification and strong emotional bias. Truth travels slowly on the frontier. Rumor does not. The sheriff appears near the center of town late in the afternoon, walking with deliberate calm through the dusty street. His coat looks worn from constant use. His hat casts a shadow over tired eyes that have seen far too many versions of human behavior already. Behind him, two deputies follow quietly. No dramatic music, no cinematic tension, just boots on dry wood and dust. You notice how the entire town subtly adjusts its posture as he passes. Doors open slightly, curtains shift. People step closer to walls or porches. Not fear exactly, awareness. Inside the small courthouse building, near the railroad tracks, a crowd gathers slowly. The room smells of wood polish, sweat ink, and paper. Lantern light flickers across rough benches and uneven floors. Frontier courthouses rarely resemble grand marble halls. They resemble practical rooms where decisions must be made anyway. The accused man stands near the center. He looks tired rather than defiant. A rancher, maybe, or a trader. Someone who likely worked hard before this moment, regardless of guilt or innocence. Records confirm frontier trials often relied heavily on witness testimony, community reputation, and limited physical evidence, especially in early settlements where formal investigative systems were still developing. Justice, in other words, depends heavily on whoever speaks first and most confidently. A clerk reads out charges while the room listens carefully. The accused speaks in his own defense voice, steady but strained. Witnesses step forward one by one, offering conflicting accounts shaped by memory, loyalty, or fear. The prairie wind presses faintly against the building walls outside. Inside time feels condensed. One scandalous aside from frontier legal history tells of certain towns holding miners' courts or community tribunals where decisions were made rapidly by local consensus rather than formal judicial procedure, especially during gold rush periods when official law enforcement was scarce. Efficiency sometimes replaces structure. You sit near the back, observing more than participating. The crowd shifts as arguments continue. Someone mutters about reputation. Someone else mentions past behavior. Another insists they saw something clearly from a distance that may or may not have been too far away to see anything clearly. Human certainty remains flexible under pressure. The sheriff finally speaks, his voice low but firm. "This ends today." Not dramatic, just final. The room quiets further. Historians still argue whether frontier justice systems leaned more toward fairness within close communities, or whether they were vulnerable to bias pressure and limited oversight that sometimes led to miscarriages of justice. Both patterns appear repeatedly in records. The decision is eventually made not through spectacle, but through a mixture of testimony, local reputation, and reluctant agreement among those present. No one looks fully satisfied. No one leaves fully convinced, which oddly enough may be the most honest outcome possible. Outside afterward, the sky has turned gold with late afternoon light. Dust swirls softly through the streets again as the town resumes its ordinary sounds. A blacksmith strikes metal. A wagon creaks past. A child laughs somewhere near the store. Life continues immediately after judgment, as it always does on the frontier. You walk slowly along the wooden sidewalk beside the courthouse, listening to fragments of conversation drifting behind you. "Did you think he did it?" "I don't know." "Does it matter now?" That final question lingers longer than the others. One curious footnote from frontier accounts suggests many settlers viewed justice less as an abstract ideal and more as a necessary mechanism for maintaining order in rapidly growing communities where formal institutions were still developing. In other words, justice had to work because nothing else was available. As evening settles, lanterns begin glowing again across the town. The saloon fills slowly. The railroad depot hums in the distance. Somewhere a train whistle echoes faintly beyond the hills. The accused man is gone from the courthouse, now taken somewhere out of sight. Life resumes, but something in the town feels slightly rearranged. Not broken, just altered. Scholars bicker over whether frontier legal systems should be judged by modern standards or understood within the context of isolated communities, improvising governance under difficult and rapidly changing conditions. Standing in the fading light, you realize the frontier rarely allows simple moral conclusions, only consequences. And as night returns gently over the dusty streets, the town continues breathing beneath lantern glow, still trying, like every frontier settlement, to balance order, survival, and the uneasy weight of decisions made by people who had no choice but to decide anyway. The telegraph line arrives without ceremony. No parade, no speeches, no dramatic unveiling beneath banners or music. One morning you simply notice thin wooden poles appearing along the edge of the railroad tracks, marching steadily across the prairie like silent sentinels. Then the wires begin humming. You stand near the depot, watching a technician adjust a small brass instrument inside a cramped office that smells of ink metal and warm dust. Each tap of the key produces faint clicking sounds that seem too small to carry meaning across such enormous distances. Yet they do. Records confirm the telegraph revolutionized communication across the American frontier during the mid-19th century, allowing messages that once took weeks or months to travel by horse or wagon to be transmitted in minutes across vast territories. Time itself begins compressing. The operator sends a message eastward. A moment later, a reply arrives from a place you cannot see, cannot reach, and can barely imagine in real time. It feels like magic, or machinery pretending to be magic. You lean against the wooden wall outside the telegraph office, listening to the rhythmic tapping inside. The sound is steady, precise, almost hypnotic. Around you, the town continues its normal rhythm. Wagons creak, horses snort. A dog barks once and then loses interest in its own announcement. But something fundamental has shifted. News no longer travels slowly. One curious footnote from telegraph history reveals early operators often developed highly specialized skills in decoding sound patterns directly into language without needing to write each symbol first, a process that transformed communication into something almost musical. Clicks become sentences. Sentences become reality. A man rushes past you holding a folded paper slip he clearly just received. His expression shifts rapidly from confusion to shock to something resembling excitement. "What is it?" someone asks. "Fire in the next county," he says. "Started yesterday. Already spread 50 miles. The sentence lands strangely because it feels both urgent and already slightly outdated at the same time. Records confirm the telegraph introduced a new kind of awareness across frontier communities, where events could be known almost immediately, even if physical response remained slow due to distance and transportation limitations. Information moves faster than bodies. The prairie stretches quietly beyond the town, while messages race invisibly above it through wires suspended between poles. You try to imagine those messages traveling overhead like unseen birds crossing continents. It is difficult, yet undeniable. Inside the telegraph office, the operator pauses briefly and adjusts his headset. Then he begins tapping again, faster this time. Another message is being sent. Someone is always speaking somewhere now, even when you cannot hear them. One scandalous, aside from early telegraph records, tells of mistaken messages occasionally causing panic or confusion when transmission errors altered meaning, slightly leading to misunderstandings about everything, from weather warnings to financial news and even military movements. A missing dot or dash could change everything. Accuracy becomes fragile. The railroad station nearby feels busier than usual. People gather around incoming passengers, asking questions immediately. Newspapers arrive more frequently now. Updates from distant cities reach frontier towns within hours instead of weeks. The world is shrinking. Not physically, perceptually. You step into the general store where a newspaper fresh from the telegraph line lies on the counter, still smelling faintly of ink and damp paper. Headlines from cities far away appear suddenly present rather than remote. Stock prices, political debates, weather reports, disasters announced almost in real time. Historians still argue whether the telegraph unified the expanding United States or intensified regional differences by accelerating information flow unevenly across different communities depending on access and infrastructure. Standing here, it feels like both. Outside, a group of townspeople discuss the fire reported earlier. Some want to send supplies. Others argue the fire is already too far gone to matter. The conversation itself now exists inside a shared timeline rather than delayed memory. That changes everything subtly. A wagon rolls past carrying barrels toward the rail yard. The driver glances briefly at the telegraph office before continuing on. Even ordinary work feels slightly different now, as though everyone is aware that events elsewhere might already be known somewhere else in real time. The present is no longer isolated. You walk toward the edge of town where telegraph poles stretch into the distance across the prairie. Thin wires vibrate faintly in the wind above the grasslands. Somewhere along those lines, words are moving, not slowly, not visibly, but continuously. Records confirm. Telegraph networks became essential infrastructure for commerce. Railroads, military coordination, journalism, and personal communication throughout the expanding Western territories, fundamentally reshaping how frontier societies understood distance and connection. The frontier now listens constantly, even in silence. A second message arrives later in the afternoon. The operator reads it aloud to a small group gathered outside the office. Storm approaching from the west. Severe winds expected within 48 hours. People nod immediately and begin preparing. No hesitation, no doubt. Weather now arrives as information before it arrives as experience. One woman nearby adjusts her shutters without even looking at the sky. "You trust it?" you ask quietly. She shrugs. "We used to trust clouds," she replies. "Now we trust wires." Scholars bicker over whether telegraph technology reduced uncertainty in frontier life or simply replaced natural unpredictability with technological dependence that could still fail under storms, sabotage, or mechanical error. The prairie remains unchanged beneath the wires. Wind still moves through grass. Clouds still gather. Storms still come, but now they arrive announced in advance. As evening settles across the town, the telegraph office continues tapping softly into the night. The sound blends with distant train whistles and fading voices along the streets. Above it all, the wires hum gently in the wind. Invisible conversations stretching endlessly across the continent. And beneath the enormous western sky, where once silence defined distance, the frontier now listens constantly to a world that never stops speaking. Small pleasures arrive on the frontier, like rare visitors who refuse to stay long. You learn this slowly during years of settlement as life shifts from constant travel into something closer to routine. The prairie does not suddenly become easy. It simply becomes familiar in its difficulty. And familiarity, strangely enough, creates room for joy. On a warm, late spring evening, you walk toward the edge of town, where a makeshift dance is being held inside a barn recently cleared for use. Lanterns hang from beams overhead, casting soft golden light across rough wooden floors. The air smells of hay sweat, flour dust, and warm lamp oil. Music drifts out through the open doors. A fiddle, a worn piano, a harmonica trying its best to keep pace. Records confirm frontier communities often organized social gatherings, such as dances, picnics, church socials, and informal celebrations, because isolation made structured leisure essential for emotional well-being and community cohesion. People do not survive long without laughter. Inside the barn, couples move carefully across the floorboards. Some dance gracefully. Others clearly invent steps as they go. No one seems to mind much. Frontier dancing values participation more than precision. You stand near the wall watching, while children chase each other between the hay bales. Someone hands you a cup of something warm and sweet that tastes faintly of berries and sugar. One curious footnote from Frontier Diaries reveals homemade beverages and improvised recipes played a surprisingly important role in social gatherings, especially when imported goods like wine or soda were scarce or expensive in remote settlements. People create celebration from whatever exists nearby. A woman laughs nearby while adjusting her skirt after nearly colliding with a spinning couple. A man claps rhythmically offbeat, but enthusiastically anyway. Even the fiddler occasionally pauses to wipe sweat from his brow before continuing with renewed determination. The prairie wind moves softly outside the barn walls, but inside the world feels temporarily smaller, warmer, closer. One scandalous aside from frontier memoirs tells of certain frontier dances lasting until sunrise, fueled by coffee pie storytelling and an extraordinary collective refusal to acknowledge fatigue until the following morning forced reality back into place. You step outside briefly to breathe cooler air beneath the stars. The night sky stretches wide and clear above the prairie. Fireflies flicker near the grass. Somewhere distant, cattle move slowly in dark fields beyond town. The sound of music still drifts faintly from inside the barn. Life continues in layers here, hardship and joy overlapping constantly. Records confirm social events like dances and gatherings served critical psychological functions in frontier communities by reinforcing social bonds, reducing isolation, and offering temporary relief from labor-intensive daily life. In other words, people needed reasons to gather that did not involve emergencies. You return inside as the music shifts into a faster tune. The floor vibrates slightly under moving feet. Laughter rises louder now, echoing between beams and lantern light. A child pulls you briefly toward the dance floor, insisting everyone must participate at least once, or risk official boredom consequences. Frontier law remains flexible in matters of joy. You allow yourself to be guided into the movement. The steps are simple, awkward, slightly chaotic. You step wrong once correct, then step wrong again in a different direction. Nobody cares. Someone else bumps into you immediately while apologizing and laughing at the same time. Scholars bicker over whether frontier social gatherings represented genuine cultural development or simply temporary emotional release mechanisms necessary for communities under continuous physical strain. Standing in a dusty barn dancing badly under lantern light, the answer feels unimportant. What matters is motion, sound, warmth, people together for reasons unrelated to survival. Later in the evening, food appears on long wooden tables outside the barn. Cornbread, roasted meat, fruit preserves, coffee served in mismatched tin cups. Children sit cross-legged on hay bales, eating with sticky fingers, while adults talk quietly nearby. One man tells a story about nearly losing a wagon wheel in a river years ago. Another responds with a story about a cow that apparently refused to be milked unless spoken to politely first. Frontier humor tends toward realism with occasional absurdity. You notice how easily conversation flows now between people who once arrived as strangers. Shared hardship creates its own language. People who have survived storms together do not require introductions as formally afterward. One curious silence falls briefly as someone begins playing a slower tune inside the barn again. Couples return to dancing more gently this time, while lantern light softens against the wooden walls. Outside prairie night deepens quietly. Stars spread overhead like scattered embers. A cool breeze moves through the grass beyond town, carrying faint echoes of music and laughter. One scandalous aside from frontier accounts mentions that some early settlers considered dances controversial or morally questionable until they became widely accepted as essential community events, after which objections gradually faded in favor of participation. Morality often adjusts to loneliness. As the evening winds down, people begin drifting home slowly across the darkened prairie. Lanterns swing gently along paths leading toward scattered homesteads and small clusters of houses. You walk with them for a while beneath the stars. Conversation softens into quiet remarks about weather crops and tomorrow's work. Yet beneath the exhaustion and routine, something lighter remains from the evening. Not escape, not fantasy, just a reminder that even here, beneath endless sky and difficult soil, people still gather, still laugh, still move together in small moments of music and light before the prairie returns them gently to silence. The prairie begins to change in ways you only notice slowly at first. A fence line appears where there was once only open grass. Then another stretching farther than you expect in every direction. Wooden posts rise from the soil like quiet declarations that the land is no longer entirely unclaimed. You stand on a small rise outside town one early autumn morning, watching surveyors mark new boundaries across the fields. Chains stretch between measuring poles. Flags flutter faintly in the wind. Men call out distances in steady voices that turn wilderness into numbers. Records confirm the late 19th century marked a major transition in the American West as open frontier land gradually shifted into organized farmland rail corridors and expanding towns shaped by property laws, agricultural development, and transportation networks. The word frontier begins to feel less like geography and more like memory. You ride slowly along a dirt road where once only wagon tracks existed. Now, homesteads appear at regular intervals. Smoke rises from chimneys. Fields lie divided into neat rectangles. Barns stand where prairie grass once moved freely with the wind. One curious footnote from settlement records reveals that many early pioneers described a sense of loss alongside achievement as the landscape became increasingly structured, even while acknowledging the benefits of stability, safety, and permanent shelter. The prairie does not disappear. It becomes organized. At a crossroads near town, a new signpost stands freshly painted with directions pointing toward nearby settlements, railroad stops, and trading posts. Distances are listed clearly now. No more vague estimates or uncertain horizons. Everything has become measurable. A wagon passes you carrying harvested grain toward the rail depot. Another follows carrying manufactured goods returned from eastern markets. The movement feels constant now, like circulation rather than exploration. The frontier no longer expands blindly. It connects. Scholars bicker over whether this transition represented the closing of the American frontier or simply its transformation into a more integrated national system of agriculture industry and infrastructure. Standing here, both ideas feel true at once. You visit the edge of what used to be open prairie later that afternoon. Grass still grows beyond the fields, but it is interrupted now by roads, fences, irrigation ditches, and distant telegraph lines humming faintly across the horizon. A farmer nearby leans on a fence post, watching the land quietly. Used to feel endless, he says. And now you ask. He shrugs gently. Still does. Just harder to get lost in it. One scandalous aside from frontier memoirs tells of settlers occasionally lamenting the loss of open wandering space, even while benefiting from increased safety transportation and agricultural productivity brought by organized settlement. Progress rarely feels simple while it is happening. In town, the railroad station grows busier each season. More trains arrive, more passengers pass through, more goods move east and west with increasing regularity. The depot becomes a constant point of motion surrounded by increasingly settled land. The frontier begins orbiting the railroad instead of the other way around. You notice children now attending more regular schooling. Churches hold structured services with predictable schedules. Mail arrives on time more often than not. Even weather reports feel more reliable thanks to telegraph updates. Routine replaces improvisation gradually. Not completely, but noticeably. Records confirm this period saw dramatic increases in agricultural output, population growth, and economic development across many Western territories, alongside significant cultural shifts as temporary camps and boomtowns evolved into permanent communities. Yet something intangible fades at the edges, the sense of limitless space, the feeling that anything might appear beyond the next ridge. You walk alone one evening along a newly built road, bordered by fences and young trees planted in neat rows. The sunset paints the sky in long streaks of gold and violet, while distant trains echo faintly across the plains. A wagon passes quietly behind you, heading home. A dog runs along the fence line, barking at nothing in particular. Life continues, but differently. One curious footnote from historical accounts suggests that many frontier settlers experienced a subtle psychological adjustment period during this transition, as landscapes that once felt wild gradually became familiar, structured, and mapped. Familiarity brings comfort. It also changes perspective. You stop briefly at a hill overlooking the town. Lanterns begin glowing below as evening settles. Smoke rises from chimneys. Voices drift faintly across the growing darkness. The prairie still stretches beyond everything, but it no longer feels untouched. It feels lived in. Scholars bicker over when exactly the frontier ended, noting that definitions vary depending on whether one prioritizes population density, administrative organization, cultural transformation, or symbolic representation in national identity. Perhaps the frontier does not end at a single moment. Perhaps it simply stops being obvious. As night fully arrives, the settlement below you shines softly beneath stars that seem unchanged above it all. The same sky, the same wind, the same distant horizon. Yet everything beneath it has shifted, and somewhere between open grasslands and fenced fields, between wagon trails and rail lines, between wandering and settlement, you realize the frontier was never just a place. It was a moment in motion. The prairie at night is quieter now than it used to be. Not silent, just organized in its silence. You stand once more on the same rise outside town, where so many seasons have passed beneath your feet. The wind still moves across the grasslands, still carries the scent of earth, and distant rain still presses softly against your coat like an old memory refusing to fade. But the world below has changed. Lantern light spreads through streets that were once muddy tracks. Rail lines glint faintly in the distance. Fences divide land into careful patterns. Smoke rises from homesteads that now feel permanent rather than temporary. Records confirm that by the late 19th century, The American frontier had largely transitioned from open migration and exploration into settled communities shaped by agriculture, railroads, law, and expanding national infrastructure, though its cultural legacy continued long afterward. And yet even here the prairie refuses to fully disappear. You close your eyes for a moment, and you remember wagon wheels groaning through mud under endless sky, river crossings that swallowed breath and certainty together, dust storms that erased the world until only sound remained, campfires where strangers became temporary families beneath stars too numerous to count, schoolhouses where children learned letters while the wind shook the walls, church gatherings where hymns rose into open air with no ceiling except the horizon, telegraph wires humming with invisible voices stretching across continents, railroads carving iron paths through mountains that once seemed immovable. Each memory overlaps the next until time itself feels less like a straight line and more like a wide moving landscape. One curious footnote from Frontier Diaries suggests many settlers later struggled to explain what they had experienced, not because it was mysterious, but because it contained too many contradictions at once. Freedom and hardship, loneliness and community destruction, and creation unfolding together across the same land. Historians still argue whether the frontier should be understood primarily as a geographic phase, a social process, or a foundational myth that shaped national identity long after the open land itself had been settled. Perhaps it was all three, or something larger than any single definition can contain. You open your eyes again. The town below continues its quiet life. A train whistle echoes faintly beyond the hills. A dog barks somewhere near a fence line. A child's laughter drifts briefly through the night air before fading back into the distance. The prairie remains, just no longer alone. One scandalous, aside from historical reflections on the closing frontier era, notes that while many people mourned the loss of wild land, others quietly celebrated the arrival of stability, predictable harvests, safer travel in communities no longer defined by constant uncertainty. Both responses were honest. Both belonged to the same transformation. You begin walking slowly back toward the settlement. The ground beneath your boots feels familiar now, not new, not dangerous, simply known. That may be the most profound change of all. As you pass the edge of town, lanterns glow warmly through windows. A train passes in the distance, carrying goods, letters, and lives across a continent that no longer feels infinite in the same way it once did. And yet, beneath everything, the prairie still breathes, still endures, still stretches farther than any fence or rail line can truly contain. You pause one final time before entering the town, and for a moment it is as if all the versions of the frontier exist together at once. The open land of the early wagon trails, the booming mining camps, the railroad towns, the homesteads, the schools, the courts, the fires, the storms, the laughter, the loss, the building, the leaving, the arriving. All of it layered across the same earth, all of it still here. The wind moves gently through the grass behind you, and somewhere in that vast, quiet space between memory and modernity, the American frontier does not end so much as settle into what it has always been becoming, a place transformed by people and people transformed by the place. You turn toward the lights of home, and the prairie patient as ever continues beneath the stars.